yourself for our record today.
Tom Williams for the state.
All right. It's my understanding that we were talking about doing Mr. Corbin again from the defense, and then possibly doing O'Pry and Lee, and then talking about if Mr. Wester was going to testify today. With respect to Corbin, O'Pry, and Lee, is that still the anticipated order, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir, and they're all present out in the hallway.
Okay. Mr. Williams, is there anything we need to discuss before we bring the jury in today?
No, Judge.
Mr. Davis, anything from you?
No, sir.
All right. Are all 9 here, sir? All right, let's get going.
All rise.
Good morning. Please be seated. It's good to see all 9 of my jurors today. I appreciate you coming on a beautiful Friday morning. I was talking to the bailiff this morning. I don't know how many more mornings we're going to get 60 degrees and sunny. It's going to be hot here pretty soon, but it was a beautiful morning, and hopefully you'll be able to enjoy some time outside today during your breaks, because it's a great day to get some fresh air, but we'll make sure you have ample opportunity to do that today. If you'll remember, I let you go a little bit early yesterday. Part of the reason for that is the state has rested their case, which means at this point in time we pivot and let the defense present any evidence or testimony that they would like to present to you. So it's going to be the same type of system today with witnesses and exhibits, etc., except that instead of me asking who the state would like to call, at this point I'm going to look at Mr. Davis and see who he would like to talk to. So just know that that process of the defense calling witnesses and presenting evidence begins today, to the extent that the defendant would like to present any evidence or testimony. That being said, Mr. Davis, who would you like to call first today?
Caleb Corbin, Your Honor.
Caleb Corbin. Good to see you again, Mr. Corbin. If you'll raise your right hand for me, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can sit down, sir. Thank you. Same instructions as last time, Mr. Corbin. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Corbin.
Good morning.
And I know you've testified before in this case, but you were previously employed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your position there, you were the IT guy?
Yes, sir.
And that was a job that you did by yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you currently work with the Bay County Sheriff's Office
Yes, sir.
in a similar position?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go back. How long were you employed again with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
It was around 4 years.
4 years? And you left in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just wanted to kind of go back a little bit on, so the Jackson County Sheriff's Office went through a couple different types of body cameras, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And part of your responsibility was making sure the cameras were, I guess, working.
Yes, sir.
You didn't have anything to do with downloading, picking what was going to be saved or not saved, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And the Jackson County Sheriff's Office developed a pretty formal policy in September of 2017, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And was that when you got the newer Axon cameras?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Prior to that policy and prior to the getting the Axon cameras, was there somebody at the sheriff's office that was designated to review videos and decide which ones needed to be saved and which ones needed to be deleted?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That'd be Mike Hodges.
And then once the new policy was implemented, when you got the new Axon cameras, did it switch to you that was reviewing the videos?
No, sir.
Okay. You were still just in charge of making sure that they were functioning?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
correct.
Who was it after the new policy in September of 2017 that was responsible for making sure videos were downloaded, saved properly, and not deleted?
That'd be Mike Hodges.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Williams?
That whole time you were there working in that capacity, did you ever once see or have any indication that Mike Hodges deleted a video improperly?
No, sir.
That's all.
All right, Mr. Davis, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, appreciate you being here, Mr. Corbin. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Davis, who would you like to call next, sir?
Jeffrey O'Pry.
Jeffrey O'Pry. Raise your right hand, sir.
Do solemnly swear or affirm
Please be seated, sir. Mr. O'Pry, that is our jury out there, so you need to speak loud enough that they can hear you. We've noticed the closer you get to that mic, the better they'll be able to hear you. The second thing is if you hear an objection, if you'll pause your testimony, let me hear what the objection is, and I'll instruct you how to proceed, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Jeffrey O'Pry
And how are you employed?
with the Florida Highway Patrol.
And how long have you been employed with the Highway Patrol?
Approximately 6.5 years.
And prior to that, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
What other agencies have you worked with?
I worked for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for approximately 12.5 years. And Mariana Police Department for about a year.
So that's about 20 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
Okay. And you're with the Florida Highway Patrol, you're based out of Bay County, is that correct?
That's correct.
But does your area cover Jackson County?
It does.
Okay. So you're regularly on patrol in Jackson County?
That's correct.
And during your years with the Highway Patrol, did you ever, I guess, go out on a call or on a stop where Mr. Wester was present?
Multiple times.
Okay, so not just one time?
Correct.
Okay. If I could have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to direct your attention to a stop from April 8th of 2018 with an individual by the name of Joshua Emanuel. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've had a chance to view some of the video of that stop?
That's correct.
Okay. So your memory has been refreshed and you remember that now?
That's correct.
Okay. And this was a vehicle that was pulled over by Mr. Wester, correct?
That's correct.
And how soon after the vehicle was pulled over did you arrive?
Pretty much immediately.
Okay. Had Mr. Wester started any type of search of the vehicle before you arrived?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Emanuel still seated in his car when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, he's brought out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall what happened, why Mr. Wester went to search the vehicle?
Mr. Emanuel had told Deputy Wester that there was a gun in the center console, and so for officer safety, Deputy Wester went to retrieve the gun.
Okay. And while he was doing that, were you standing by with Mr. Emanuel?
I was.
Okay. And how far away from Mr. Emanuel's car do you believe you were standing with Mr. Emanuel?
No further than I am from you now.
Okay, so about this close?
About this close, yes.
Okay. And this was during the day?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you watching as Mr. Wester searched the vehicle?
I always try to position myself to where I can see the person that was driving the vehicle and the officer, that way if a car swerves and hit,
Okay.
for safety reasons. Yes, I could see him.
So part of your attention is you want to make sure that everybody's safe, but
Correct.
you're also observing what Mr. Wester was doing.
Correct.
Okay. And the car that Mr. Emanuel was driving, kind of a smaller vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And would you say Mr. Wester's kind of a big guy?
I would, sir.
Okay.
No offense.
Now, when you, and Mr. Wester was also, I'm sorry, do you remember what Mr. Wester found in the vehicle during his search?
A syringe?
Okay. And I'm assuming at some point after he found it, you saw the syringe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Wester went to search the vehicle, before he started the search, did you see him with a syringe?
No, sir.
He was also wearing short-sleeve shirts, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see him walking to the car with a syringe in his hand or anything like
No,
that,
sir.
did you?
No, sir.
And Mr. Wester never got his full body into the car during the search, did he?
No, sir.
While he was searching, did you notice him reaching towards his pockets or anything like that?
No, sir.
What about after Mr. Wester shows you and Mr. Emanuel the syringe? We saw in the video that there's some, for Mr. Emanuel, he denies knowledge, denies anything about that syringe.
Correct.
Did that concern you at all?
Not at all. We hear that daily.
Okay. So somebody denying that they had drugs when they're found during a search is not unusual.
Correct.
And while you were there, this far away, watching Mr. Wester search this vehicle, did you notice anything unusual about the search?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Mr. Williams?
You told Mr. Davis that you believe you arrived on scene almost immediately at the time that Deputy Wester made the stop?
Correct.
Okay. Did the defendant already have his search gloves on at the time he was making that contact immediately when you got there?
I wouldn't suppose he did. I didn't really.
Well, the video doesn't show it, so what do you remember?
I don't recall him having his gloves on then, no.
Okay. Where did he get his gloves for the search? Because the video we do have that they've seen, he's got his gloves on. So where would he have gotten those gloves? Do you remember?
I do not specifically remember, no, sir.
Now, you told Mr. Davis that he would have, you try to position yourself, it's your normal practice, position yourself where you can see the deputy for officer safety and also the person who's being detained or who's outside of the car, correct?
Correct.
We all understand that there's a lot of logic to that. Suffice it to say, you didn't leave Mr. Emanuel and go to the car and watch Mr. Wester inside of the car searching it, did you?
No, I did
So you
not.
didn't actually see whether he really found the syringe in that baggie in that spot that he says, did you?
No, I cannot attest to that, no.
And you, even before that, were you able to go in that car before this defendant allegedly found those things there? Were you able to go in there and see if they were really there before that?
I never went in the car.
So you can't say that they were there before that, and you can't say that you saw the defendant find it there, can you?
No, sir.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Have just a moment. Trooper O'Pride, could you see into the vehicle through the windows?
I don't recall the tent situation on that vehicle, no, sir.
But you did not see anything unusual about that search?
No, sir.
If you had seen something unusual, what would you have done?
I would have arrested somebody if I thought they were planting drugs.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, Judge.
All right. Mr. O'Pride, good to see you today, sir. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Davis, who would you like to call next?
Trevor Lee.
Trevor Lee? Morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Lee, if you'll raise your right hand for us.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth?
Please sit down, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, a couple things. Our jury's sitting out here today. If you'll speak loud enough, they can hear you and directly into the mic. If you hear an objection, just pause your testimony and I'll tell you what to do, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, could you state your name for the record, please?
Trevor Lee.
And Deputy Lee, where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Bay County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
January of this year.
About 6 months or so, or about 5 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before that, where did you work?
The Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you at the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And was that your first job in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it was.
And do you know Mr. Wester?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And you two worked at the Jackson County Sheriff's Office together, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were already there when Mr. Wester was hired, correct?
That's correct.
And was it a common occurrence for you two to be working the same shifts?
Yes, sir, it was.
And would it be a common occurrence for you two to go out on the same calls together?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take you to June 3rd of 2018, where Mr. Wester pulled over a vehicle being driven by a Mr. Fears. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the report and the video of that stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you were talking with Mr. Fears. And did Mr. Fears give you consent to search the vehicle?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And had you been in contact with Mr. Fears previously?
Not from any interaction by myself. I think there was a previous traffic stop,
That's
but
what
I didn't stop him.
okay. But
the time before.
you remembered him from a previous traffic stop maybe a couple weeks earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But we'll focus on the June 3rd, 2018 stop. So consent to search the vehicle is given, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both you and Mr. Wester participated in the search, correct?
That's correct.
And during the search of the vehicle, did you find anything illegal?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you found?
It would have been a small, clear vial, I think with a blue top under the front passenger seat.
And what, if anything, could you observe in that vial?
I believe there was a small shard of crystal-like substance.
And based on your training and experience, did you believe that to be something potentially illegal?
Yes, sir.
And while you're searching the vehicle, you're on one side and Mr. Wester's on the other, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, he's on the same side as you, except he's in the back seat, correct?
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
And that would have been before you found this little vial, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Wester goes back to the other side. Did you do something to the front passenger seat while you were searching the car?
I probably would have moved it forward.
Okay. And then when you then went to the back seat, is that when you found this vial?
Yes, sir. That sounds accurate.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Wester plant anything there?
No, sir.
Did you see him do anything unusual during this search?
No, sir.
If you had seen him plant something there, would you have just let it go?
No, sir.
Okay. What would you have done?
He probably would have been placed in handcuffs, if I'm going to
So
be
you would
honest.
have, if you saw something, you would have put Mr. Wester in handcuffs yourself?
Yep.
On the spot?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming this was not the first search you've ever done with Mr. Wester, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. On any search that you've ever been on with him, have you,
Overruled.
on any search that you've ever been on with him, have you ever seen anything unusual?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him plant evidence?
No, sir.
And so we talked a little bit about, with Mr. Fears, there was a time, maybe a couple weeks before this June 3rd stop, where you were part of a search of his vehicle at that time too, correct?
I believe I arrived to assist on a stop at, I think it was at Blondie's, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And was that with Mr. Wester?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was a female passenger in that car?
Yes, sir.
And were you guys, did you find anything illegal during that search?
I think there was some narcotics located in the car.
Okay. And was that passenger arrested?
I believe she was, yes, sir.
Okay. We can have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Mr. Williams?
Told Mr. Davis that you viewed that video prior to today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't dispute that it's accurate?
No,
Correct.
sir.
I'm sorry?
You said, do I dispute that it's accurate?
You do not dispute that it's accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when Mr. Davis was asking you just a moment ago about the reference on that video to a prior stop at Blondie's on Mr. Fears, you remember answering his questions about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and at that point, in that stop, Mr. Fears wasn't riding in the same car, was he? It was a different car, wasn't it?
I believe that's correct.
And Mr. Fears wasn't the one in possession of meth, it was that female, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's also clear on that video when that's being discussed, the jury's heard it, it's an exhibit, but when it's being discussed, it's clear that that's a factor that you're considering in making the decision or the opinion that this is Mr. Fear's methamphetamine on this stop in June, correct?
If that's what the video depicts, I believe.
Right? The video shows, like you just answered Mr. Davis's questions, you beginning your search at the front passenger side, is that right?
Correct.
And the defendant begins on the driver's side front, correct?
Yes, sir, that sounds accurate.
And then at a certain point, the defendant, we can see it on his body camera, we see him walk and he's at the back passenger side briefly, right?
Yes, sir.
And you see him bend down towards the floorboard because his camera gets stuffed in the seat. I'm not saying that's, but that's what it shows, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's bending down towards the floorboard area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, you're still at the front passenger seat. You're not with him in that back seat.
Correct.
Okay, so you can't see exactly where he's bending down and where his hands are exactly, can you?
I was not paying attention to what he was doing, no, sir. I wouldn't have been able to see what he was doing.
And you said what you would do if you saw the defendant or any other deputy plan evidence,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Anybody would have done anything that I would have suspected would have been illegal or illicit in nature, I would have put them in evidence.
Understood. But at that point, did you have any specific reason? Was it in your head that you had any specific reason to look at the defendant and watch what he was doing that closely?
No, sir.
So you weren't watching him that closely, were you?
No, sir.
You were searching your area and he was searching a different area.
Correct.
And he bent down towards the floorboard of that area while he was back there, didn't he?
According to the video, yes, sir.
And then the defendant walked around and went back to the area that he was originally at, which was the driver's door area, correct? Searching
Correct.
that seat.
Yes, sir.
And then he moved back to move the driver's seat forward, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he's the one who actually asks you, does that seat move forward over on your side? He's the one who prompts you to do that, doesn't he?
According to the video, yes, sir. I don't recall it from memory, but from the video, yes, sir.
All right. And then at that point is when you move the seat forward, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you go to that same area that he's already been in. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, that's when you find, that's the first time you find that pill capsule with that blue top of meth, right?
That's correct.
After the defendant's already been there in an area that you weren't watching him closely, correct?
That's correct.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Deputy Lee,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams was just asking you about the video. Do you also recall in the video, when Mr. Wester is on the driver's side, you asked him initially to come over to the passenger side, to the back seat first, correct?
In the video, I did, yeah.
If it's on the video,
Correct, yes.
you would agree that the video is accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, let's try not to talk over each other, or we're going to drive the court reporter crazy. So you asked him to come over there first, correct?
Yes, sir. If the video is accurate to that point, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lee, it's good to see you today. Please stay safe. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jury, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this point in time. I've got some housekeeping I need to do. It is 9:07. If you'll be back in the jury room at 9:20, you're not in deliberations. You're not allowed to talk with each other about this case or anybody else or do any research about this case. Leave your blue notebooks in your chairs, and how you want to proceed at this time.
Judge, at this time, our intention is to call Mr. Wester to the stand to testify.
Okay, Mr. Wester, will you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you can stay there. Just put your hand down, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is a critical juncture in a trial, and it's important you and I talk. Generally, your attorney has a lot of discretion with trial strategy. That's really the job of an attorney, is to make certain calls with witnesses and evidence and how to present things to the court, and that's what his expertise is. This is a unique junction in the trial, though, where you really, the decision right now rests on you, and it's your decision alone. Obviously, Mr. Davis is a learned and experienced counsel and can give you advice on what he thinks and what he believes the right decision to make is, but right now this decision is solely yours. It's my understanding that you want to go ahead and talk to the jury and testify in this case. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Has anybody forced or coerced you to testify in this case?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything in conjunction with your testimony today?
No, sir.
And your testimony that you're going to give is, this decision that you're giving today to give testimony is freely and voluntarily made?
Yes, sir.
And you've had enough time to talk with Mr. Davis about the pros and cons of testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the state will have an opportunity to cross-examine you as part of your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that giving testimony in this case is in your best interest?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Davis, that you want to put on our record today before we proceed?
Just two things, Your Honor.
Yep.
First, Mr. Wester has copies of his original reports, and they're copies that have already been entered into evidence.
Okay.
He was going to bring them up just in case he needs to refer back. And then the second request we have, Judge, since this may take a little while, would it be okay when Mr. Wester's on the stand for him to remove his mask so that his voice can be heard a little clearer?
Any objection to that state?
No, Judge.
Yep, I'll allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Williams, before we bring the jury back in?
No, Judge.
All right.
All rise.
All right, please come to rest. All right. Mr. Davis, who would you like to call next?
Defense will call Zachary Wester.
Mr. Wester, if you'll come on up to the witness stand. You'll raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Go ahead, sit down, Mr. Wester. Mr. Wester, I'm going to allow you, based on where we're at in the trial and making sure that we have adequate sound in here right now with the air condition running, if you'll go ahead and take your mask off. All right, a couple things, and you've heard me talk to some other folks about this. Make sure you speak directly into the mic so the jury can hear you. The second thing is, if you hear an objection, immediately pause. Let me hear what that is. I'll instruct you on how to proceed, okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Zachary Wester.
And Mr. Wester, did you previously work for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And how long did you work for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
From 2016 to 2018.
And was that your first job in law enforcement?
No, sir.
What was your prior experience with law enforcement?
I worked with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office from 2015 to 2016, so right at a year.
And then when did you attend the police academy?
2014, I believe I started August 2014.
And why did you leave the Liberty County Sheriff's Office to come to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
There were a few factors that played into that. There were a couple of disagreements with the current sheriff at the time, mainly focused on budgeting and a few other things. But the main reason
is I wanted to come back to my hometown where I was born and raised to serve the citizens of Jackson County.
And hadn't your father also worked for the sheriff's department here?
That is correct.
Well, let's go back. Do you recall the last day that you were on duty for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
Very well, yes.
And what date was that?
August 1st, 2018.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point, did you come back to the sheriff's department during your shift?
I did.
Okay. Well, let's start there with August 1st. We heard testimony. That was the day that you were suspended, correct?
That is correct.
And where were you physically when you got the call to come in and talk to somebody about that?
I was sitting in the parking lot of the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office at the time had a closed-in, locked area for deputies and staff to park their vehicles.
Okay. And what were you doing in your vehicle at that point?
I was processing evidence from a call that I had received earlier in the day.
Okay. And let's back up. So where was that call?
That call was at the Alford Recreational Park here in Jackson County in Alford.
Okay. And what did you do when you went out there?
So it originally came in as a suspicious incident involving an unidentified box in the male bathroom of the Alford Park. When I arrived on scene, nobody was present. I walked into the male bathroom, and I believe it was in the right-hand corner whenever you walk into the bathroom. There was a black box with a Crown Royal bag sitting on top of that box.
And did you take custody of those items?
Before I took custody of the items, I did photograph those items with my department-issued digital camera. And as well, I opened up the box just to see what the contents were. And I immediately noticed that there were multiple items of narcotics and paraphernalia within that box.
And what, did you have any thoughts or suspicions of what may be happening?
So with the way it was packaged, with the numerous items, it appeared that maybe it was a drop for an inmate work crew. Now, I'm not sure how that inmate work crew would have been able to get the physical box back into the facility, but I don't know if they were maybe planning on separating it, but it was extremely uncommon for that to be packaged the way it was and for it to be placed where it was. It was strategically placed there.
And did you eventually remove the items from that bathroom?
I did, and I placed it in a brown evidence bag.
Okay. And what caused you to leave that area?
So when I was still on the call, there was a traffic crash on I-10 close to the Cottondale exit. The call first came in as if it was possibly a very serious traffic crash with entrapment. So I did ask dispatch to suspend that current call so that I could respond to the traffic crash to render aid.
Okay. And were you close to the area where the traffic stop was or where the traffic accident happened?
I was the closest unit. I responded in emergency mode. That means lights and siren. I believe I probably made it there within 8 or 9 minutes, if that. It may have been sooner.
Okay. So after you go to the traffic crash, then you're completed with that call. Is that when you head back to the sheriff's office?
No, sir. Another traffic crash call came in to dispatch. Again, pretty much the same call with, involving possible injuries. And that call was on Highway 90, probably within about a mile of the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did you collect any evidence on either one of those traffic stops or those traffic crashes?
No, sir.
Okay. So it was after the second traffic accident, is that when you headed back to the sheriff's office?
To the best of my memory, that's correct.
Okay. So you described at the sheriff's office there was was it like a fenced-in parking lot?
So you would access this parking lot on the west side of the sheriff's office. You would swipe your key card, and it would allow access to the parking lot, and then the gate would close behind you.
Okay. And so when you parked your car, you remained in your vehicle out there in that parking lot?
That is correct.
Okay. And what were you doing out there?
So I was beginning to process and separate the evidence from the offered part. The big difference between this call and, let's say, if it was recovered from a traffic stop or if it was recovered from a search warrant, with this call it was considered abandoned property, abandoned narcotics. So there wasn't really a sequence that I would follow as far as numbering the items. My main concern was separating the suspected narcotics from the paraphernalia that was contained within that box.
And yesterday, Ms. Chase testified, and we saw some pictures up on the screen of items that were recovered from your patrol car.
Correct.
Kind of explain to the jury those items and in a little more detail what you were doing with those.
Yeah, sure. So in the photos, you observed that there were plastic canisters. Those are what we refer to as evidence vials. Anytime you had a powder narcotic or if you had a crystallized narcotic, it would be appropriate to place that into the evidence vials to preserve the integrity of the narcotics, and as well, it preserves the integrity further. Let's say if the bag rips, well, you still have those narcotics within that evidence file.
Okay. What about, so what type of narcotics do you think you found there in that?
So the narcotics mainly had the appearance of methamphetamine and marijuana.
And would that be the methamphetamine and the marijuana that was found in your patrol car?
Correct, yes.
So what was your plan with that as you're sitting there in your vehicle?
So when I was sitting in the vehicle, I had the big brown bag that we saw on the video and on the photo. And I was separating the narcotics, the contents, from the bag, putting the suspected narcotics into the clear evidence file. My plan was in one bag to put the suspected narcotics, in another bag put the paraphernalia, so that the evidence custodian could dispose of those items however state statute deems appropriate. I was in the process of doing that whenever Captain Arnold told me that he needed to speak with me with Lieutenant Hodges present. So before I went into the office, I took the brown bag with my roll of red evidence tape and placed it, I believe it was on the spare tire, to where I could secure those items, because we had trustees at the sheriff's office. By no means am I saying a trustee would break into a patrol car, but I did want to make sure that I was taking steps to secure those items. However, in the front seat, there were a pair of black evidence gloves, I believe 2 plastic evidence files, a test kit, and 2 baggies that I was still working on. I did leave that on the center console area where my printer is, and I proceeded into the sheriff's office.
Okay. And was there also a syringe?
Yes,
And that was also found with the items in the box in that bathroom?
that is correct.
And after, let me ask you this, was that the last time that you ever had access to that patrol car?
Unfortunately, yes. Whenever Lieutenant Hodges advised me of my suspension, I told him and Captain Arnold that I had evidence that I needed to secure. Captain Arnold told me not to worry about it, that everything would be there when I got back. Unfortunately, I never had that opportunity.
All right. Well, let's move on now.
Okay.
Let's get into some of these different traffic stops that we're here about. And we're going to try to go in the same order that the state presented it, so hopefully that'll help with everybody's flow. So let's start with the Joshua Emanuel stop.
Yes, sir.
And that's a stop that occurred on April 8th of 2018. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. And we also did have a video of that stop, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Bittner is going to be kind enough to help me today. If we could pull up under Joshua Emanuel States Exhibit 2E, and if you could hit play on that one. And can you see that okay, Mr. Wester?
Yes, sir.
Thing, that's not it. Yeah.
Look, man, you seem like you're pretty squared away, okay?
Yeah.
All right. But I do have an issue with something.
Okay. So we've shown a little bit of the video. You've had a chance to review this video before, correct?
Correct.
And you've also had a chance to review your original arrest report on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, showed a little bit of the video so everybody can recall what we're talking about. Tell me, why did you pull over Mr. Emanuel?
So I was doing a routine check on tags traveling south on Highway 231. Whenever I ran Mr. Emanuel's tag, it did show on the computer that the owner of that vehicle had a suspended license. The tint on the vehicle was low. The sun was out, so I was able to position my patrol vehicle traveling south, still on Highway 231, in a way to where I could see who the driver was, and it was clear that the driver of that vehicle matched the owner's photo for that vehicle in the database called Elvis.
Tell the jury a little bit about what Elvis is in case they don't understand that.
So Elvis, you could run a tag, you could run a driver's license, you could even run boat registration. And what it would do is it would generate a report based off of the information that you provided. And I know sometimes you would hear in the video it would say possible hot file hit. Pretty much all that was doing is it was matching up particular letters in the name and comparing it to date of birth. So whenever you hear possible hot file hit, that was not always the case. That was just the computer generating its report.
Okay. But you were able to pull up a picture of Mr. Emanuel?
Correct. So whenever you register a motor vehicle in the state of Florida, that registered owner's driver's license attaches to that tag profile. So whenever you would run that in Elvis, it would pull up obviously the information for the vehicle, but it would also pull up the the owner's driver's license profile.
Okay. Well, let's, so you end up pulling him over,
Yes.
okay? And then tell us about how you made contact with Mr. Emanuel.
Yeah, so I went to the driver's side. I explained the reason for my traffic stop. He stated that he was possibly aware that his driver's license was suspended due to a traffic citation that he had received. I still gathered his driver's license and registration, and I walked back to my patrol car to run the information again, and dispatch as well as Elvis subsequently confirmed that his driver's license was suspended by court notice.
Okay. And how soon after you pulled over Mr. Emanuel was Trooper Opry on the scene?
Trooper Opry was on scene pretty much immediately. Me and him were working traffic, is what we called it, on Highway 231 that day.
Okay. What happened after that?
I walked back to the vehicle and I asked Mr. Emanuel to step out so that we could talk about the driver's license issue. He stepped out. I asked if there were any illegal narcotics, bombs, hand grenades, or anything in the vehicle. He stated he did have a firearm in the center console, but that he did not have a permit for that. That wasn't necessarily a major concern. It was in the center console, but I did ask if I could go to the vehicle and retrieve it. He stated that wouldn't be a problem. And whenever I went to retrieve the handgun, I opened the center console and I noticed what appeared to be the top of a syringe sticking out from between the passenger seat and the center console.
Okay. And what did you do after you discovered those items?
So I could have continued searching, but I did go back to Mr. Emanuel and I, told him what I saw. He seemed shocked, as if he had never seen that before, but nonetheless, he said, I'm not aware of any syringes, but go to the vehicle and grab it. That's no problem. So I went to the passenger side. Whenever I grabbed the syringe, I noticed that there was a sandwich bag attached to it, and within that sandwich bag was also a plastic baggie with what appeared to be methamphetamine.
And did you do a field test on that item?
I did, and the field test returned presumptive positive for the presence of methamphetamine.
Okay. So if you discover contraband in somebody's vehicle and it tests presumptive positive for an illegal narcotic, what are you supposed to do?
It will give you probable cause to make an arrest on that.
Okay. And did you arrest Mr. Emanuel?
I did.
And did you transport him to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
I transported him to the Jackson County Jail.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Jail. And what happened once you got to the Jackson County Jail?
So once I arrived at the Jackson County Jail, I escorted Mr. Emanuel in so that they could begin processing. Once I left the jail, I was working on my report, and that is when Lieutenant Hodges called me and asked if I had arrested Joshua Emanuel.
And you told him you had?
I told him, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And did he tell you to do something different with Mr. Emanuel?
So he asked the specifics for the traffic stop. I told him, with the placement of the narcotics, the placement of the paraphernalia, I didn't see any signs of use on Mr. Emanuel. So my words to him were, I had no reason to believe that he was using methamphetamine or using narcotics. However, his words to me were he had known Mr. Emanuel since Mr. Emanuel was a child, and that he was going to issue a notice to appear for him.
Okay. And during your time as a deputy sheriff with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, how many times did you issue somebody a notice to appear when you had arrested them for a felony?
Never.
Did you think you were permitted to do that?
No, it was my impression that we were not allowed to issue notice to appears for felonies, and they really didn't want us to do it for misdemeanors either.
But had you previously issued a notice to appear on a misdemeanor during your time at the sheriff's office?
I believe one time.
Okay. So this might have been the second time you ever issued a notice to appear?
That is correct.
And would you have done that if Lieutenant Hodges hadn't called you?
No, never.
And you also testified that you looked at Mr. Emanuel. We saw it on the video. You had him take his jacket off, and both you and Trooper Opry looked at his arms to see if there are any track marks, correct?
That is correct.
Does somebody have to be a user to possess narcotics?
No.
Okay. Did you charge Mr. Emanuel with using narcotics?
No, I did not. I charged him with possession of narcotics.
And what is the standard of proof that you need to make an arrest?
Probable cause.
So you did issue the notice to appear to Mr. Emanuel,
I did.
and he left the jail that night?
Yeah, so Mike Hodges actually met me at the jail to issue that notice to appear.
What did you do after you issued the notice to appear?
He actually walked out of the jail with me and Lieutenant Hodges. And then I went to the sheriff's office, processed the evidence, and processed the report.
Okay. Did you plant that syringe in Mr. Emanuel's car?
I did not.
The report that you submitted in that case, was that true and is that a true and accurate report of what happened that day?
Absolutely.
You didn't falsify your report at all?
Not at all.
We'll move on from Mr. Emanuel.
Okay.
Turn your attention to Reginald Williams.
All right.
So you pulled over Mr. Williams back on August 30th of 2017, correct?
That is correct.
And you've had a chance to review any reports that you would have generated in that case as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell me about what happened. Why did you pull over the vehicle that Mr. Williams was riding in?
I was traveling, I believe I was traveling south on Brown Street in Graceville, and I observed the vehicle traveling north, and I observed that the front windshield was shattered, obstructing the view of the driver.
So did you make a stop based on that?
I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you approached the vehicle.
So I made contact with the vehicle. I'm sorry, I made contact with the driver, and I explained the reason for my traffic stop.
Was there anything unusual, or did you notice anything as you were speaking with the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, I observed I smelled the odor of marijuana within the vehicle.
And were you granted permission to search that vehicle?
I was.
Okay. And did you have the occupants exit the vehicle?
I did.
And were there any other officers on this stop?
It was just me.
Okay. So tell us about the search of this vehicle.
So I began the search of the vehicle, but what really stood out is I observed Mr. Williams while I was talking with the driver. I observed Mr. Williams place what appeared to be a baggie in the wallet. He placed the wallet on the dash of the vehicle. Whenever I began the search, I looked in the wallet and I did observe a baggie with a green substance. That substance had the appearance of K2 or synthetic marijuana. In the back passenger seat, there was a lunchbox that Mr. Williams later confirmed was his lunchbox. And in a hidden compartment, there was an aluminum style device and a baggie of what appeared to be methamphetamine.
And did you field test those items?
I did.
And what was the result of those field tests?
They returned a presumptive positive for methamphetamine as well as a synthetic stimulant.
And what did you do after that?
I asked Mr. Williams and the driver, Miss Laster, about the items found. Miss Laster stated that she packed his lunchbox but didn't observe any methamphetamine. However, when I asked her about the hidden compartment within the lunchbox, she stated that she had never even really looked inside of that hidden compartment. However, based on the placement of the narcotics, based on the placement of the paraphernalia, I did arrest Mr. Williams on a probable cause arrest.
Okay. And when you're talking about a hidden compartment, are you talking about something where maybe somebody might put like a cold pack that kind of zippers in?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so like a soft-sided little lunchbox cooler?
That is correct.
And did you plant this substance in Mr. Williams's lunchbox?
I did not.
The report that you wrote in that case, did you falsify anything in this report?
Nothing, no sir.
So this report accurately depicts what took place with the stop back on August 30th of 2017.
Yes, that is correct.
And were you later notified that Mr. Williams had entered a plea in this case?
I was. Whenever someone would enter a plea, we would get that letter in our box at the sheriff's office. So yes, I was aware.
Let's move on to Steve Van.
Okay.
And Ms. Bittner, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 4F, which is the disc of the body cam. Your Honor, if we could play a little bit of this video too,
You
please.
can publish it, yes, sir.
Thank you.
2554. The RO is going to be the driver on 10-6 vehicle search. Come on, man. You ain't had nobody in the vehicle with you?
Huh?
Have you had anybody in the vehicle with you lately?
Yeah, I had girl named Crystal in there. Why?
Crystal who?
I had more or something like that. I don't know why.
Okay, all right. Honesty's gonna go a long way with me, okay, man?
Yeah.
All right.
Why?
I've got to test this. Have you ever seen this before?
No.
Okay.
No. What is that?
Let's hang out with Deputy Jackson here.
Whoa, man, where'd you get that?
The center.
Mr. Wester, this occurred back on April 17th of 2018.
Correct.
And do you remember this stop?
I do.
Okay. And you've had a chance, obviously you've reviewed the video.
Correct.
You've reviewed your report.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us, why did you pull over Mr. Van?
So we were traveling on Kinesville Road. When I was traveling behind Mr. Van's vehicle, he crossed the double center yellow line. Another vehicle was approaching as well. I was directly behind him. After he crossed that double yellow line, he abruptly went to the side white line. Some people refer to it as a fog line. And then he was having issues staying within his lane. So at that point, either I thought maybe he was having a medical issue. 2, something was wrong, other than a medical issue was wrong with the driver. Or 3, there could have been an issue with the vehicle itself. So I initiated a traffic stop.
Okay. And what happened when you first made contact with Mr. Van?
So I explained the reason for my traffic stop. He stated that his front end was out of line and that he was headed to a mechanic to get it fixed.
And how did it come about that you ended up searching his vehicle?
So when I was speaking with him, he became very agitated. I was given my normal rundown like I do pretty much for every stop, asked if there were any bombs, hand grenades, illegal weapons, or narcotics within the vehicle. He became extremely agitated, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said, "Oh, well, I know you want to search it. Just go ahead and search it." So at that time, he had given consent to search his vehicle.
Okay. And you did in fact search his vehicle,
I
correct?
did.
And that's what we were able to see on the video. Obviously, we didn't watch the whole thing today,
Sure.
but.
That's correct.
Okay. So tell us about the search and where you found the narcotics in this case.
So I began the search on the driver's side. I then transitioned to the passenger side. The center console lid was open. When I looked into the center console, pulled all the paperwork out, in the front corner, the corner of what appeared to be a plastic baggie caught my eye. And then when I retrieved that baggie, I noticed that it was either colored black or it had been a marker had been taken and colored it black, but nonetheless the bag was black. When I opened it up and looked inside, it appeared to contain crystal methamphetamine.
Okay. And did you field test that?
I did.
And what were the results of the field test?
The swab that I used to swab the narcotics turned blue, indicating a presumptive positive for the presence of narcotics.
Okay. And did you eventually place Mr. Van under arrest?
I did. Probable cause arrest.
Okay. And he denied that the narcotics were his, correct?
He did deny that the narcotics were his. One thing that stuck out to me on this particular traffic stop is he stated that a female named Crystal had been in the vehicle with him. You will see on the video, I acted as if I was not aware of who that was. However, he was known to frequently be with an individual by the name of Crystal Attaway.
Okay. And did you know any anything about this Crystal Attaway?
She was a known target in the area for the distribution of narcotics.
And you ended up having a conversation with Mr. Van, and he tells you he's recently been released from prison, correct?
That is correct.
About how long ago?
I believe that it was within the month, maybe 2 months.
And he had been in prison for methamphetamine, correct?
That is correct.
And did you plant that methamphetamine in Mr. Van's vehicle?
I did not.
The report that you wrote, is this an accurate representation, a notation of what happened on that traffic stop?
It is.
Did you falsify anything in this report?
I did not.
And did you take Mr. Van to the jail?
I did.
Did you issue Mr. Van a notice to appear?
I did not, no.
Would normal procedure be to book him into the jail and then he would go to first appearance?
That is correct.
And I believe I forgot to ask you, but with Mr. Williams, did you, the previous stop we talked about, did you issue him a notice to appear?
I did not.
And turn your attention to Trevor Day.
Okay.
Ms. Bittner, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 5F, please. Two videos. If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Judge, if we could play a portion of this video.
Yep.
3, 1054, 1029, 1049, all have valid class C or there.
Make contact with you the first time, okay? Okay. Walk back. Y'all smoke a little bit of marijuana in there? Yeah. Yeah, that's the odor I'm getting, man. Yeah. Any marijuana in there at all, dude? Probably a little bit. Roaches, whatever. Okay. All right. I'm gonna search the vehicle, man. That gives me probable cause, okay? You passengers have anything on them that you're aware of? All right.
Just hang out over there.
So this was a stop that took place back on May 4th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've reviewed this video?
I have.
And you've reviewed a copy of, or reviewed a copy of your original report in this case?
I have.
Tell us, why did you pull Mr. Day's car over that evening?
Mr. Day was traveling south on Highway 71 here in Marietta. However, it was nighttime and he did not have his headlights on.
So that's why you pulled him over?
That's why I put him over. That was my probable cause for the traffic stop.
Okay. So tell us about when you approached the vehicle.
So before I approached the vehicle took an extended amount of time to stop, which was unusual. Normally, when someone gets pulled over, they're normally pretty quick about pulling over. However, whenever Mr. Day's vehicle hit the shoulder of the road, it took an extended amount of time to stop, and I saw the driver and front seat passenger make several movements back and forth. But whenever I made contact with Mr. Day, who was the driver, I smelled the odor of marijuana.
Okay. Was it fresh marijuana or burnt marijuana?
At first, the odor was faint, and it smelled like burnt marijuana.
And who was the front seat passenger in that vehicle?
Her name was Miss Kimberly Wood.
And did you get the occupants of the vehicle out of it?
So first, I asked for everybody's driver's license. But eventually, yes, I had Mr. Day, Miss Wood, and the back seat passenger exit the vehicle.
And then you searched the vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And tell us about the search of that vehicle.
So the search of the vehicle, in the ashtray, I recovered a green leafy substance. Based on my training and experience, I was able to identify that as marijuana. In the center console, I retrieved a black in color pouch. Inside of that pouch was a white residue, and scattered where the shifter was for the vehicle, as well as on the floor area, I saw a crystallized substance. It was shards of a crystallized substance scattered in that area.
And did you collect some of these items?
I did. So I collected what's commonly referred to as roaches, the marijuana, the black pouch, and as well the shards that were around the center console area.
And did you conduct any type of field test on these items?
I did. So for the field test, I had a pretty good idea of what the shards were. However, I wasn't sure. So I went to the trunk of my patrol car. I grabbed my clear box that I kept my test kits in, and I went back, and it did return a field test, presumptive positive for methamphetamine, the shards.
And what did Mr. Day have to say when you told him about what you found?
So Mr. Day denied any knowledge of the methamphetamine. As well, Ms. Wood denied any knowledge of the methamphetamine. However, Mr. Day did state that his mom previously owned the vehicle. I don't remember if he told me if his mom was currently a methamphetamine user or if she was previously a methamphetamine user, but that conversation did take place in that he had recently either bought or the vehicle was gifted to him from his mom.
And did you end up arresting Mr. Day?
Yes, I did.
And you transported him to the sheriff's jail?
I did.
The crystallized residue and other items that you found around the vehicle, did you plant any of that in there?
No, I did not.
And the report that you wrote in that case, is this a true and accurate report?
It is.
Is there anything false in this report?
Nothing.
And when you took Mr. Day to the jail, did you issue him a notice to appear?
I did not, no.
And kind of staying on this same theme, you also had two other people in the vehicle, correct?
I did, yes.
Were either of the other two arrested?
Miss Wood, the front seat passenger, was arrested.
And did you, and the same with Miss Wood, was there anything with her that you planted so that you could arrest her?
No.
Was there anything in your report that wasn't true about Miss Wood?
No.
And did you also take her to the jail?
I did.
Did you issue her a notice to appear?
I did not.
move on to Richard Driggers. And you stopped Mr. Driggers back on February 9th of 2018, correct?
That is correct.
And you've had a chance to review your report in this case?
I have.
And we also have a video. If I could ask Ms. Bittner to pull up State's Exhibit 6F.
Florida. Florida's 6 Sierra 3 Juliet Papa. Be on a silver in color Chevy sedan. Be at St. Phillips Road and Highway 2. The Sierra may be a 5. Hey man, how's it going? Hey, Deputy Westwood Sheriff's Office. Oh my goodness. Reason for my stop is you only have one headlight, sir. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir. I just ain't had the money to fix it.
Okay.
I had put another bulb in it, but
Yes,
it got
sir.
some busted lens when it rained the last time. It busted it back out.
Okay, all right. And you live on Klondike still?
No, sir. I live on 5800 Perry View.
Perry View? Okay. All right, just hang tight, man. Channel.
Possible hot file hit.
Florida 27. Delta 626 741 79 1020 1048.
Driver class vehicle.
Tim.
Mr. Wester, was that video from your body camera?
Yes, sir.
And we see that it stops as you're getting back out of your car. Did you turn that off?
I did not.
Do you know why it stopped there?
I have no idea.
So we heard on the video, so you pulled Mr. Driggers over because he had a headlight out, correct?
Correct.
And in the state of Florida, are you supposed to have 2 working headlights at night?
You are.
So that gave you, so that was the reason you pulled him over.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you approached his vehicle, tell us about what happened.
So when I approached his vehicle, obviously explained the reason for the traffic stop. I noticed that he had his little dog with him, but I also noticed the odor of burnt marijuana.
And did you talk about that with Mr. Driggers? Did you point that out to him?
At the initial contact, or?
At the initial contact, yes. Yeah, he stated that he did smoke marijuana in the vehicle. Okay. And I saw you leaned over there. You have a copy of the report in front of you?
I do, yeah. I just didn't want to misspeak as far as the facts.
Okay. And that's why you would have written a report in the case so you can recall the information, correct?
That is correct.
I'm assuming you've made more traffic stops than the ones that we've seen here in court over this past week, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So tell us about, after you tell him, you discuss the smell of marijuana. What happens after that?
So I explained to him that gives probable cause to a search of the vehicle. He admitted that he uses marijuana in the vehicle, but a search of the vehicle revealed a clear container with a sticky residue that appeared to be that of like THC resin. And also near the radio compartment, close to where the center console joins in, there was a syringe, and near that syringe was a piece of aluminum foil. Inside of the aluminum foil was a clear plastic baggie with a crystallized substance. That substance did appear to be methamphetamine. And for the syringe, it looks like it had previously been used. There was a dried white substance inside of the barrel of that syringe.
And you did you end up field testing that?
I did, yes. And it field tested presumptive positive for the presence of methamphetamine.
And Mr. Driggers denied any knowledge of that being in his vehicle, correct?
He did.
Did you end up arresting Mr. Driggers?
I did, and I transported him to the county jail.
Okay. And during your conversation with him, though, he had admitted to you that he had smoked marijuana in the car recently, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But he denied having used meth for the last 6 or 7 years, correct?
I believe he said, yeah, around that time frame.
But again, when he denied knowledge or knowing what it was, did that have any effect on your decision to arrest him?
No, it is very common for someone in possession of narcotics to deny knowledge. Sometimes you will get a few that will own up to it and admit that it was theirs, but I would say a majority of the time they will deny that they knew about it.
And you did end up transporting him to the jail, correct?
I did.
And you did not issue him a notice to appear?
No.
And did you plant that methamphetamine in his vehicle?
I did not.
the report that you wrote, is this an accurate report?
It is.
Did you falsify anything in this report?
I did not.
And there was another officer on the scene of this stop, correct?
Deputy Maloney, correct.
And did you ever get notified that Mr. Driggers had entered a plea in this case?
I believe that I did receive a letter from the state attorney's office stating that he went, I believe it was a pretrial intervention, pretrial diversion program.
Okay. We'll move on to Joshua Clenny. And Ms. Bittner, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 7F. You could hit play on that?
Be out with 2554.
You ever been arrested for anything before? Yeah. Criminal mischief charge. Nothing besides that, though? Criminal, or burglary of a structure and criminal mischief, I think is what they put it as. Yeah, that's what you're on probation for? Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
God, telling him, going to get my wife out of surgery. I know that sounds insane. I showed him the text and all that.
All right, so I'm just going to give you a quick rundown. He gave me consent to search the vehicle. I pulled behind him down there. He pulled in here because he said he knew I was going to pull him over.
Yeah, I seen him start to go over. I mean,
And he
there ain't no point
pulled in
sitting
here.
beside the road. And plus, my
Yeah.
Uncle John did own this. I don't know if he owns it now or not.
He's on probation, doesn't have a driver's license. Anyways, I'm going to do the consensual search if you don't mind hanging out with him, sorry.
Don't mind at all. Where's your shirt?
That's in there. I was just about to ask you. I was
gonna say, it's getting a little chilly now.
It is a little chill. Well, if you look in there, you see I had on 15 layers of clothes.
I was gonna say, yeah.
What you want, man? That blue striped one, if you don't mind. See, I already had the long johns on. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. Our surgery was at 6 o'clock. I've been at the hospital all damn day. I had to go up there. The only reason I left is because I had to go get my wallet laying right over there.
So, you said your dad, you using your dad's truck?
That's my dad's truck.
You don't know why the tag's coming back to a
No, like I said, I ain't been back in town, but probably about 3 weeks or so.
Where you been out of town?
I work in South Carolina.
South Carolina?
Yeah, I work in Charleston.
You smoke weed or anything, man?
I have. My girl does. I ain't gonna lie about that. Ain't no use in it. My girl smokes.
Y'all smoking here, though?
In the truck?
Yeah.
She goes out there sometimes.
It's the faint odor is why I'm
I'm about to say, it probably does because my dad don't allow that shit in the house. You know what I mean? He don't like that shit, so she probably does go out there to the truck and smoke.
So y'all live with your dad?
Yeah, she just moved in with me because we was having some problems with my youngin' over there with her mom. Her mom was trying to take my youngin' from me, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it just wasn't working out, so I moved her in with me. And God behold, you gotta have her. And not only this, next week.
10-4.
Next week she's gotta go get 6 teeth pulled out.
Oof.
All of her wisdom teeth and 2 more.
Wow, that's gotta hurt. How old is she?
She ain't but 23.
And she just had pancreatitis. She died like 3 times. Damn doctor went in there for what was it, gallstones or something like that. Went in there to cut her to get the stones out. He goes in there, cuts the wrong place. They ain't even no stones to start with.
So this was a stop that took place back on March 14th of 2018, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you recall pulling over Mr. Clenny?
I do.
Okay. Tell us, why did you pull his car over?
So I was traveling west on Magnolia Road here in Marietta. He was traveling east, and I'm sorry, I got that backwards. I was traveling east, he was traveling west. As we passed, his windows were down, he didn't have a shirt on, and I observed that he was not wearing his seatbelt. So I turned around, activated my lights to initiate a traffic stop. He didn't stop right away. Instead, he abruptly turned into Bear Paw parking lot and proceeded to the end of that parking lot to this dirt area that we see.
Now, in the beginning of the video, now this is not your body cam video, is it?
That is correct. It's Sergeant Carlberg's.
Okay. In the beginning of the video, of Sergeant Carlberg's video, we see him driving, and it looks like he stops and puts his car in reverse and then takes a right.
Correct.
So the road that he turned off of, was that Magnolia Road?
That was Magnolia Road, yes.
Okay. So the distance that Sergeant Carlberg would have driven to where he parked here by where you two are, that's the distance that Mr. Sorry, lost my spot for a second. That's just the distance that Mr. Clenny drove down that road, correct?
Correct, but I attempted to initiate the traffic stop well before we reached the road that you're referring to.
Okay. So how far did he travel on Magnolia before he turned onto the road there?
He probably, after I initiated my lights, he probably traveled for maybe 500 yards. Wasn't a terrible long time, but it was longer than normal.
Okay. And tell us about the contact that you made with him when you approached his car.
So as soon as I made contact with him, I explained the reason for my stop. He admitted, yes, he was not wearing his seatbelt. And then he further provided that his driver's license was not valid. He did give me a copy of his driver's license. I went back to the patrol car and I ran his license. It was confirmed through Elvis as well as Jackson County Dispatch that his license was not valid. And the reason that you see him standing at the front of my patrol car at the time is at some point before Sergeant Carlberg arrived on scene, he stepped out and began talking to me.
And did he give you consent to search his car?
He did.
And you did proceed to then search his vehicle?
After Sergeant Carlberg arrived, yes.
Okay. So when we see you going to start the search here on the video, that's the first time that you're starting a search?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us about the search of that vehicle.
So in the floorboard, there was a yellow in color cut straw. Based on my training and experience, that straw was conducive with that of inhaling narcotics into the body. And there was also a metal cap recovered in the front driver's area that contained a crystallized residue. And then under the driver's seat, there was a plastic baggie that contained a crystallized substance that appeared to be methamphetamine.
And did you perform any type of field test on these items?
I did. I field tested the baggie with the suspected methamphetamine.
And what was the result of that test?
It returned a presumptive positive for the presence of methamphetamine.
And did you place Mr. Clenny under arrest?
I did.
And later in the video, we see another person arrive. It's kind of standing around there, not in uniform. Who is that?
That is a narcotics investigator, John Allen.
And started at 49 seconds left to play.
Joshua Clenny, C-L-E-N.
Why does that name ring a bell?
He's on probation right now for burglary of an occupied dwelling. I bet you that's
Foy Clenny. Yes.
Expired for a while.
Well, the tag don't even belong on the vehicle, man. It's assigned to a damn trailer. He doesn't have a driver's license or anything like that. See, well, let me pause this so me and you can talk. For policy.
So that's the narcotics officer that you're talking to?
Yes, sir.
And we see here in the video, you say, well, let me turn this off so we can talk, and you're pushing a button on your body camera, correct?
That's correct.
Why were you turning your body camera off there?
So per policy, anytime an undercover investigator would arrive, it was customary and per policy to turn off any recording devices.
And were you guys going to discuss something about Mr. Clenny?
Yes, so the conversation that we were going to have about Mr. Clenny was possibly...
What's the objection? Overruled.
You can continue.
Okay, so the conversation we were going to have about Mr. Clenny was possibly transitioning him to a confidential informant.
And was Mr. Clenny ever made a confidential informant, or that ever brought up with him?
He was not. He was on active state probation, and it was my understanding it was very difficult to allow someone to be a confidential informant if you were on probation.
So you did end up arresting Mr. Clenny?
Correct, yes.
And what did you charge him with?
Let me give you the exact charges. Possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and violation of state probation.
And did you transport him to the jail?
Yes, sir.
And did you issue him a notice to appear?
I did not.
The items that were found in his car, did you plan any of those items in there?
I did not.
In the report that you wrote and the one that you have referred to, did you falsify anything in this report?
No, I didn't.
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yep. All right, jury, we're at a good breaking point. We'll resume Mr. Wester's testimony when we get back together. It's 10:42 right now. This will be our last break before our lunch hour. If you'll be back in the jury room at 10:55, again, that's about 13 minutes for your break. Leave your notepads in your chair. Don't discuss this case with each other. Don't discuss this case with any third party. Don't research or look up any information on this case. Again, you'll be in recess if you'll be back in the jury room at 10:55.
All rise.
Yeah, come on over. Please come to rest. All right, Mr. Davis, you ready to continue your examination, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Wester. We'll kind of pick up where we left off, moving on to Benjamin Bowling. And this was a stop you would have made back on October 2nd of 2017.
That's right.
Okay. And do you remember this?
I do.
And you've had a chance to review your report?
I have.
Okay. Well, tell us about what happened and why you pulled over the vehicle that Mr. Bowling was in.
So I was on routine patrol. I observed the vehicle traveling on Highway 90 with no operable tag lights. I initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle, made contact with the driver and the passenger, and explained the reason for my traffic stop.
And when you made contact with the driver and the passenger, was there anything that kind of stood out or that you noticed?
Yes, I smelled the odor of fresh marijuana.
Okay. And did you relay that observation to the passengers in the vehicle?
I did.
And what was the response?
Mr. Bowling stated that he smelled the odor of marijuana as well. And when I asked if there was anything in the vehicle, he stated that no, but that he was adamant that he did smell marijuana.
And did you ask for permission to search the vehicle?
So by smelling the marijuana, I would have had probable cause to search the vehicle. However, conversations do take place sometimes on traffic stops to where the driver or the person in control of the vehicle will say, yeah, go ahead and search my vehicle.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So you proceeded to search the vehicle?
Correct.
Well, let's back up. You had them out of the vehicle at this point, correct?
Right, they were out of the vehicle.
Okay, and then you proceeded to search the vehicle?
Yes.
Tell us about the search of that vehicle.
So in the passenger floorboard area, I observed a trace amount of marijuana shake. Marijuana shake is the remnants of marijuana from like a marijuana grinder. No value really to that, but it does have the same appearance and smell of marijuana. In between the front passenger seat and center console, I retrieved a pin casing. What was unique about the pin casing is there were 3 separate baggies, and everything was kind of tied together with a black thin string.
And did you perform a field test on these substances?
I did.
And what was the result of that test?
They all returned a presumptive positive for the presence of methamphetamine.
And did you place Mr. Bowling under arrest?
I did.
And did you transport him to the jail?
I did.
Did you issue him a notice to appear?
I did not.
Did he make any statements about anybody being in his vehicle?
So Mr. Bowling did make a statement that he had a friend in the vehicle with him recently. That was about as far as that conversation went. There was really not many details revealed by Mr. Bowling in reference to that friend.
The methamphetamine that you found in that vehicle, did you plant it there?
I did not.
And the report that you wrote in that case, is everything that you put in your report true and accurate?
It is.
And did you later receive any information that Mr. Bowling entered some type of plea in this case?
I believe I remember seeing a letter from the state attorney's office in reference to a plea. I don't remember what the actual agreement was.
And you did not arrest the passenger in that vehicle, Miss Shelley Smith, did you?
So Mr. Bowling was the passenger, Ms. Shelley Smith was the driver. I did not arrest Ms. Smith.
At some point, did she try to claim ownership of the drugs in the car?
She did.
But based on where you found the drugs?
Correct. So based on the totality of everything that came into play, as far as the movements, as far as the location of where everything was observed, it was probable that it was Mr. Bowling's and not Miss Smith's.
Okay. And again, what's the level of proof you need for an arrest?
Probable cause.
Let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
Be Teresa Odom. All right. So this was a stop that you would have done on February 15 of 2018.
Correct.
Um, If we could pull up State's Exhibit 9F.
Florida 811, 1 Tango Union, 8111 TU, white and color Nissan pickup, be in the median 231 South in front of Peterbilt in Cottondale.
226.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Should I turn in here to get off?
You're fine, you're fine. Deputy Wester with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Reason for my stop is your brake lights.
Yes, sir.
They work 1 minute, and the next minute they don't work, and then a few seconds later they just flash, okay?
I think that's probably because of the rain.
Okay, that's fine. You got your driver's license on you, ma'am?
I just got tickets the other day. I'll be glad to show
Oh,
them
did
to
you?
you.
No, you're fine. All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
My truck may or may not start. When I turn it off, you may have to push me off, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
Okay. Do you need to turn it off? Do you have to turn it off?
It'd probably be better.
Okay.
I'm on hard time with it as it is.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Can
If we
I
can
answer my phone?
Yeah. You can answer your phone. I'm just trying to think what's going to be best for. What is? What is that right there?
What is what?
That right there.
What is what? This?
That straw right there.
This is not a straw. It's an ink pen.
Oh, okay.
It's
okay.
an ink pen.
It was connected. It looked like it was
No
connected
straw.
to that arc.
Hey,
Just
I
hang
just
tight,
got
okay?
pulled over. Let me call you back.
2447 10-4, code 17. 20.
2554 to 2540.
Good.
E106 on anything?
Same 84. Just a little bit wet, so yeah, I'll be right there.
Demo. 2554 Florida 27.
Clear.
Oscar 350 812 65923 0. She's going back to Teresa Odom.
1054 and 1029. Valley Park, the acre.
Temple.
2564.
Oh. Dang. You see my hip give out right then? Good Lord.
Look,
All
you
right.
just don't even need to know. I've been at the hospital with an
My
84-year-old
God.
uncle all day long for 3 days. now,
Okay.
so I'm expecting anything at this point.
That would be, yeah, I hope everything turns out good with that, all right?
It did. It did.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. I'm
It
sorry.
did. And I'm waiting on Dr. Albritton to call me. That was another thing I was fixing to tell you.
Okay.
If Dr. Albritton calls, may I answer his call?
That ain't no problem. I don't care. Yeah, I'm not going to keep you from talking on the phone, okay? Anything in the vehicle I need to be concerned about? Bombs, hand grenades,
Drugs,
rocket launchers? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Here's what I do probably 10 or 15 times a shift, okay? There's going to be a K9 coming in a minute, and she's going to walk around the car, okay? But instead of doing that, would you consent to a search of your vehicle? You're fine with that? Okay. All right. You mind stepping out and just hanging out with this deputy right back here?
No, I don't. I'm scared of being in this traffic. To be
No,
honest.
Deputy Hayke will take care of you.
Can I take my phone?
Yeah, take your phone. I don't care. That's fine. Come on.
All right, Mr. Wester, so we just watched the beginning of the video. So you pulled over Miss Odom because there was an issue with her brake lights?
That is correct.
Okay, and what were they doing again?
So they would work, cut off, and then they would flicker. And it wasn't consistent with as if you would press your foot on the brake and let off. It was obvious that when she had her foot on the brake, she was attempting to stop. The brake lights were working intermittently, not as they were designed to.
Okay. And when somebody is having an issue, that's a valid reason to pull over with the issue with the brake lights?
Yeah, it's a safety issue for other drivers, but it's also probable cause for a traffic stop.
And we saw you come up and have a conversation with her, and she's exiting the vehicle now.
Yes, sir.
When she exited the vehicle, was there anything that you noticed about the way she did that?
Yeah, I noticed that she reached out of the driver's side door and opened the vehicle from the outside as opposed to the inside.
And you're asking her to step out because she's now giving you permission to search the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You could hit play again for me, please?
How are you?
2554 to 2540. You can cancel. I got consent.
What?
All right, Deputy Hayke, make sure you don't get run over, okay? Because I have faith that he would prefer to get over. All right, just hang tight, myself. Do what now?
I said, if you find any money, I come up missing $5 at the hospital.
All right, I'll see if I can find it for you. Here's $5 in your wallet.
Where the hell did you find it?
In your wallet?
Where in my wallet? Oh, no.
That's something different there.
No, that's the bad check. That's
Oh.
That's what brings me to top down. Should be more than $5 with that.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wester, when you were approaching the vehicle to search it,
Yes.
tell us what you did.
So whenever I approached the vehicle, I obviously wanted to see if there was something wrong with her interior door latch for her to reach out and open the door from the outside. Whenever I looked in and I reached towards the door latch, I saw, so I'm gonna give you an example. You have the door latch, and then you have this void space behind the door latch on this particular vehicle. In the void space, there was a baggie of some sort. I didn't know at the time if it was of evidentiary value or not. It didn't appear as if it had narcotics in it. It didn't appear as if it had anything that may have been of value, but nonetheless, I wanted to try to preserve it, so I grabbed it. And whenever I entered the vehicle, it was in my left hand. But I wanted to be able to still use my fingers, as you saw, to be able to touch that red cloth sack and open up my gloves. Before I put my gloves on, I moved my hand and I placed that item in the driver's side floorboard, and I continued my search.
Did you have a chance to look at that item?
Not up close, no.
Did you make a determination that it didn't have any evidentiary value?
It didn't strike me as having any evidentiary value at all.
So when the state was showing these still photos earlier, and it appears that there's something in your hand.
Sure.
There is something in your hand.
Absolutely.
Was it that bag of methamphetamine that's sitting there on that spoon right now?
It was not, no.
Where did you find that bag of methamphetamine?
In the bottom of Miss Odom's purse.
And there were more of those photographs from Mrs. Rader of FDLE, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And Judge, at this time, I have a thumb drive that has 21 additional photos on it from FDLE that we'd like to move into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No objection.
Be admitted?
And may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Bittner, if you could click on photo 458 for us, please. And Mr. Wester, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
Now, is there something about that photograph that stands out to you?
Yes, there is a gray hair sealed in the bag and wrapped around the bag as well.
We see photo 471, please. Is that another view of the same thing?
Yes, sir, just another view.
And at the kind of the top of that bag, that's a gray hair?
Yes, sir.
Let's see photo 472, please. Again, another view of the same.
Yes, that's just a better picture showing where the hair is closed into the top seal of the bag.
we can also see 474. You can still see that hair there?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have long gray hair at the time?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Now, we saw Mrs. Odom. Did she have some gray hair at that time?
She did, yes.
Well, let's continue on. So you find this, and tell us more about the rest of the search of the vehicle.
And in the similar frame, I guess within the video, I guess you could say, I also find a silver spoon in the driver's side floorboard. And on that spoon was a dried, it appeared to be burned, crystallized material that would have been conducive with the injection of narcotics into one's body. It's common. Sometimes people will take methamphetamine, heat it up in a spoon, and later inject it into their body.
And did you end up arresting Miss Odom?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what did you charge her with?
Possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia.
And did you take her to the jail?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you, well, let me back up. During this stop and what we saw in the video previously, that was played here just a little while ago, when you're searching her wallet, you say something to Ms. Odom about finding $5.
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
So the purpose of that was to establish ownership of that wallet and that purse. By Miss Odom admitting that that $5 was hers, it established ownership for that particular purse.
And then so you did arrest her?
I did.
Took her to the jail?
Correct.
Did you give her a notice to appear?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you plant that bag of methamphetamine in her vehicle?
No, I did not.
Is that the same, that item that you have in your hand right there, is that the same item that you had in your hand when you first entered the vehicle?
No.
Where did you get that item when you first entered the vehicle?
The item that was in my hand?
Yes.
From the void space behind the door latch.
So right on the door where you would pull the latch to open
Yes.
the door to get out,
Yes.
that's where you found it?
Correct.
Okay. And your interest was piqued to that area because of the way Miss Odom opened the vehicle, correct?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. And were you able to open the door from the inside?
I was, yes.
Okay. And the report that you wrote in this case, did you falsify anything in this report?
No, I didn't.
All right. Let's move on to Mr. Fears.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to hand this thumb drive to the clerk.
Okay.
And we'll call this Defense Exhibit 2.
Okay?
Thank you. I'm sorry, we got out of order. I think we're going to go to Derek Benefield first.
Yes, thank you.
Got out of order there, sorry. And, sorry, I want to back up and ask you one more question about Ms. Odom. Did you receive notification that Ms. Odom had entered a plea in this case?
From the state attorney's office, I received a letter saying she accepted a plea for her pending case.
Was that pretty soon after the stop?
I believe it was within probably a month or so.
Okay. All right, so now moving on to Derek Benefield.
Okay.
This was a stop that you made back on October 16 of 2017.
Yes, correct.
Recall that?
I do.
Okay. You recall why you pulled over Mr. Benefield's vehicle?
Yes, so I was traveling north on Highway 69 in Grand Ridge. Mr. Benefield was traveling south on Highway 69. As we met, we're obviously going in opposite direction. As we met, he crossed a double yellow line into my lane of travel. He then corrected, went back into his lane of travel, and whenever I passed, I noticed that he was looking down into his lap.
And what was unusual about that or drew your suspicions?
He could have been using a cell phone, but what stood out the most was how he crossed the line into my lane of travel.
So tell us about when you first contact him after you pulled him over.
Yeah, so I believe that he had two other people in the vehicle with him. Whenever I was speaking with him, he stated that he thought that I'd pulled him over for speeding because I guess his speedometer was malfunctioning and he was having to go by the RPMs and he was gauging his speed off of that. I told him that wasn't the reason for the stop, informed him that he crossed over into my lane of travel, but while we were speaking, I smelled the odor of burnt marijuana.
And did you let Mr. Benefield know what you smelled?
I did, and he stated that he did occasionally smoke marijuana in the vehicle.
Did you then, I'm assuming did you ask for permission or was this a search based on probable cause?
I went ahead and conducted a probable cause search based off of the smell of marijuana.
Tell us about the search of that vehicle.
So under the front driver's seat, there was a little snap style case. And very close to that case, almost in the case, there was a clear plastic jewelry style bag that contained a crystallized substance. It had the appearance of an illicit narcotic, and close to that there was also I believe it was a pen cap.
And upon examination of those items, did you notice anything that may be illegal?
Yes, it had the appearance of an illegal narcotic.
And did you perform a field test on that?
I did.
And what was the result of that field test?
It returned presumptive positive for methamphetamine.
And did you place Mr. Benefield under arrest?
I did, but before that occurred, I also located marijuana shake in the floorboard area. Earlier, I explained what the marijuana shake is.
And did you place him under arrest?
I did.
And did you transport him to the jail?
Yes, I did.
And the marijuana shake and the methamphetamine that you found in the vehicle, did you plant that there?
I did not, no.
In the report that you wrote, is everything true in that report?
Yes.
You didn't falsify anything in this report?
No, I didn't.
And when you got him to the jail, did you issue him a notice to appear?
I did not, no.
And at some point later, did you get any type of notification that Mr. Benefield accepted a plea in this case?
I believe, yes, that I received a letter from the state attorney's office in reference to that.
Now we'll move on to James Fears. this would have been a stop back on June 3rd of 2018.
Correct.
Do you recall that?
I do.
And you've seen the video before in this case as well, correct?
I have.
If we could pull up State's Exhibit 12F.
On anything on David Ford either.
Final stop would be in Lowe's parking lot.
Your description on that vehicle?
That's 10-4. It's a black in color, probably 2000, 2001 model Tahoe. How's it going? Hey man, Deputy Wester with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Reason for my traffic stop, just doing a routine check of the tag. It's not coming back with anything for this tag. Do you have any registration or anything? Because that would help me out just a little bit. How long have you had the tag on the vehicle?
About a year. Almost 2 years. 2 years.
Really? Okay.
No, a year. You got it last year. May seem like that.
Hang out with me. Do you have an ID on you, ma'am? Yeah. Okay.
See it in there?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna need some kind of registration or something.
Tag fee.
Is this your, okay, let's see what we got here, man. Okay, y'all just keep looking for that, and let me go back and run this stuff, and I'll be right back. While I work on this citation, I want to do your spiel. $25.54. 1065 2 Florida 27s.
What?
Driver is Frank 620 443 763680. So far. Front seat passenger is Frank 620 422 796380. Huh? You see it? K Kilo 13 Z. Man, she may have been messing around.
Maybe back up.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. She was...
Yes, sir, I did.
How are you today?
I'm good, sir. How are you? Where did she go to, man?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. She was just standing over here. But, look in the back seat.
Uh-huh.
We can pause that.
Ma'am, if you don't mind, just...
So now, we kind of skip forward on the video.
Sure.
So you pulled over Mr. Pierce because there was an issue with the tag.
Right.
Tell us about that.
So a routine check of his tag through Elvis returned that it wasn't assigned to any vehicle or trailer in the state of Florida.
And there was permission given to search the vehicle in this instance, correct?
Correct. Deputy Trevor Lee obtained consent to search the vehicle for Mr. Fears.
And where we started watching the video again, we see both you and Deputy Lee searching the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we had it paused. What just happened on the video?
So I was searching the front driver's seat, and Deputy Lee, we were exchanging conversation about some movements that the front seat passenger and the driver may have been making. Deputy Lee asked me to go check the back seat.
Hit play on that.
Yeah, alright.
Corbin, stand by.
So, Mr. Wester, now we see you come around to the back seat, and your body camera appears to kind of go blank. We can't see what's going on. What's happening there?
So that's one of the disadvantages of me being 6'5", being so tall. Whenever I leaned into this vehicle, Deputy Lee wanted me to search the back seat. So I leaned in. I guess my camera came in contact with the seat, and my arm went underneath the back rear passenger seat, mainly searching for weapons at this point, seeing if I could identify any weapons, anything noticeable that I could feel that may raise any red flags.
And I know we've played some of the video earlier, and we've seen the whole video
Yes, sir.
when Mr. Stephen Van testified a few days ago. And in that video, do we kind of see the same thing when you're searching the back seat there?
Correct. And I had played around with positions where I should wear my body camera on my uniform. I could never find one that kept a constant view of everything that was happening when searching a vehicle.
And what kind of vehicle is this here that you're searching?
I believe it was a Chevy Tahoe, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall what type of vehicle Mr. Van was driving when you searched it?
I believe a very similar vehicle. I don't remember the exact vehicle. I could look if you want me to.
I mean, was it an SUV like
Yes.
this?
Oh, yeah, it was an SUV.
So, in kind of a larger one?
Correct.
I mean, the videos have already been entered into evidence. You know, so they're both kind of these big full-size SUVs.
Right.
And when you search the back seat in both of them, the same thing happens, correct?
That's correct. It does.
And in the Stephen Van case, did you find any drugs in the back seat?
No, I did not.
You found them in the center console.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Right, and then for her, man, whenever I walked up, she was, man, she may have been messing around with her purse, I don't know. She was making some movements here at the bottom. I'll start on this side, I guess.
Here's this is about all I can find, man. It's
Got your
tag fees, $200.
Go ahead. Okay.
I don't know.
Can you 1065 a VIN number for this vehicle? 1 G Golf in November, E Echo, K Kilo, 13 Z Zulu, 46 R Romeo, 136 949.
I'll take a drug test.
It's a little container with some ice in it.
I'm not on it.
DUI? I'll read all y'all's rights in a minute, okay? But y'all asked what I found, and just hang.
Okay, so at the point something's been found, who found the drugs in this car?
Deputy Lee.
And we saw that on the video when it was played previously.
That's right.
And Deputy Lee testified to it earlier.
Yes.
Did you plant that drug, that little thing with the methamphetamine there for Deputy Lee to find?
No, I didn't.
The report that you wrote in this case detailing what happened, did you falsify anything in this report?
No, I didn't.
And you ended up arresting Mr. Fears, correct?
Yes, I did.
And this wasn't the only time that you'd come in contact with Mr. Fears, was it?
That's right.
Was there another incident a few weeks prior to this?
Yeah, I believe it was 3.5 weeks or so prior.
Okay. Within about a month?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had stopped a vehicle that he was driving?
Yes. At the time of the traffic stop you're referring to, he was driving a black pickup truck.
And was there a passenger in that vehicle?
Yes, Miss Ward.
And did that passenger end up having narcotics on her?
She did.
What kind of narcotics?
Methamphetamine.
And Mr. Fears, as you're talking in this later, also tells you he's been arrested previously, well, many years ago.
Right.
But he was arrested for manufacturing methamphetamine.
That is correct, yes.
But you didn't plant that there.
Right.
You didn't plant it there for Deputy Lee to find, did you?
No, I didn't.
Let's move on to the next one. Kimberly Hazelwood. So now this is a stop that you would have made on June 7th of 2018.
Yes,
And do you recall that stop?
I do.
What was the reason for the stop in this case?
There were a couple of reasons. Whenever I was behind the vehicle, it crossed the double yellow line and then went towards that white fog line that we were talking about earlier. But another issue of concern is whenever I ran the tag, it came back as it having no insurance. I believe it said that the insurance had been dropped not too recently before the traffic stop.
Okay. So that was the reason for the traffic stop?
Yes.
Okay. And then you approached the vehicle and you made contact with the driver?
Right.
And who was the driver of the vehicle?
Mr. Jeremy Hazelwood.
And you had a conversation with him?
I did.
Let's, we could pull up States Exhibit 13G. You hit play on that for me?
How are y'all? Hey, Deputy Wester with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. My stops are audio and video recorded. Reason for my traffic stop is the tag check on your tag says there's no insurance assigned to this vehicle. Do you by any chance have proof of insurance, or have y'all recently changed insurance?
We just moved here.
Oh, I bet that's what it is.
And
They probably
I haven't
did.
had a chance to have anything switched over yet.
Okay, all right.
I had just called the insurance company this morning, actually.
Okay.
And they told me I had until the 10th.
Okay. Well, something may have went wrong there. You got your driver's license on you? How about you, ma'am? Do you have a driver's license on you by any chance?
I got an ID.
That's perfect. Hey, how are y'all? All right, little brother.
I ain't switched my license over.
Hey, it's fine, man. We can make an issue out of that today. When did you guys move down?
A
couple weeks ago. Where y'all living at?
We're living on Larimore Road in Mariana.
Larimore. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. You don't know where your ID's at? All right.
So seeing some of that video again, you've reviewed this video, correct?
I have.
Okay. So here you're checking IDs, trying to establish who the parties are, correct?
Correct.
Does another deputy arrive on scene here?
Deputy Dylan Jackson, he was a K-9 handler at the time.
And does he eventually take the dog around the car?
Yes, he did.
And we've seen the video.
Right.
And the dog alerts there at the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
Now, we see that the window is down there, the driver's side. You're talking to the driver.
Yes, sir.
Was the passenger window ever rolled down?
No, it was not.
So when K9 Solo is going around the vehicle, the only open window is the driver's side window there, correct?
That is correct.
And that's where the dog alerted, correct?
Yes, sir.
So based on that, you didn't need permission to search the car at this point, did you?
Yeah, the positive alert from the K-9 gave me probable cause to search the vehicle.
And tell us about the search of the vehicle.
So in the front passenger floorboard, there was a yellow bag. Inside of that yellow bag was a white in color Excedrin pill bottle. And inside of the pill bottle, in the corner of the pill bottle, there was a white crystallized substance in the bottom.
And did you end up field testing that?
I did.
And did it test positive for anything?
Yes, on the swab. I remember this one specifically because it was so quick. It was an immediate presumptive positive.
And then did you end up arresting Miss Hazelwood for that?
Yes, I did.
And why did you arrest her and not her husband?
So in the beginning stage of the traffic stop, I went from my patrol car running information on the computer back to talk to Mr. Hazelwood a couple of times. During one of those times, I observed Miss Hazelwood place a white in color bottle in the yellow bag.
And in fact, she told you later that they had bought Excedrin, correct?
Correct.
And she acknowledged the pill bottle being in the vehicle, correct?
Yes, she did.
And she'd also told you earlier her brother-in-law was sitting in that seat too, correct?
Yeah, she had made reference to some relatives that lived close by.
So you didn't have an Excedrin pill bottle on you, did you?
No, I didn't.
Were you carrying some shards of methamphetamine that you were able to put into that pill bottle off camera?
No.
Did you plant anything in that pill bottle?
No.
Did you plant anything in that car at all?
No.
You found it after a search,
That is correct.
after a drug dog alerted to the presence of narcotics in that vehicle.
Yes.
And you took Miss Hazelwood to jail, correct?
I did.
Now, we also saw on the video that you didn't want to cuff her in front of her children, did you?
That is correct. I did not.
So you put her in your car without cuffing her.
Into the secured area in the rear of my patrol car, yes.
And you later have a conversation with her husband about what's going to happen. She's scared. She's never been to jail.
Right.
And you tell him you have no discretion, correct?
That is true. No discretion.
I mean, did you want to arrest this mother in front of her children?
No, and to be honest, that is one traffic stop that sticks with me to this day. I never wanted to arrest someone in front of their children, but with a felony charge, I didn't have discretion.
Now,
I wish I could have given her an NTA.
Okay. Would this have been the one that you wanted to give a notice to appear to?
Absolutely, yes.
But again, you had probable cause.
Right.
This was a felony.
Yes.
She was sitting there with it.
Yep.
Did you falsify anything in your report about this?
No, I did not.
Go to Maria Turner.
Okay.
Sorry, just need a moment to get reorganized. All right. So this would have been a stop that you would have made on July 14th of 2017. Do you recall that?
I do.
And have you had a chance to review your report in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell us, how did you come to stop Miss Turner?
So I was traveling west on Highway 90 in Cypress. I was behind Miss Turner's vehicle. I observed first that the expiration sticker on her tag read 2016. After I actually ran the tag and confirmed it was actually an expired tag from December of 2016. At this point, we were already halfway through the year 2017, so that gave me probable cause to initiate a traffic stop.
And when you approached the driver, tell us about that.
So she immediately stated that her driver's license was suspended, but that it was very important for her to take some clothes to a friend in Mariana.
And while you were speaking with her at the window, did you notice anything?
Yep, smelled the odor, the faint odor of burnt marijuana. She didn't seem surprised by that, and she stated that she had a friend with her yesterday, I believe were her exact words, but she didn't really expound on that much.
Did you end up performing a probable cause search on this vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about the search.
So in the driver's side door panel, I found, I guess the best way to describe it is a little plastic container. And inside of that plastic container, there was a crystallized substance with the appearance of an illegal or illicit narcotic. And in the passenger side floor area, there was a clear Ziploc bag, probably not the Ziploc bag that that we would commonly think about, but it was a plastic bag with a green leafy residue, and I was able to identify that residue from my training experience as being marijuana.
And did you do any field tests on the other substance?
Yes, I field tested the methamphetamine, and it returned a presumptive positive for methamphetamine.
And you arrested Ms. Turner?
I did.
Okay. Did you plant that methamphetamine in her vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you plant any marijuana in her vehicle?
No, I didn't.
You wrote a report.
I did.
Is this an accurate report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did you falsify anything in this report?
No, I didn't.
And you took her to the jail?
I I did?
Didn't issue a notice to appear, did you?
No, I didn't.
And in this case, were you at some later date informed that she had entered a plea in this case?
Yeah, at the time of the traffic stop, she was on drug offender probation. And if I recall, I believe that they just reinstated her probation or modified the terms or something to that nature. I don't remember exactly, but yes.
And then we also heard, right after Maria Turner testified, we heard from her probation officer, correct?
Correct.
And the probation officer testified that Ms. Turner had taken a drug test on June 8th of 2017 that was negative for methamphetamine, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but what was the date that you stopped her?
July 14th, 2017.
So that would have been a month after.
Right.
I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Now, the state also introduced some evidence that was introduced solely to show opportunity. And this is concerning a stop that you did on a Kenneth Shaw.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I do.
And if we could pull up State's Exhibit 16D, please.
How are you, sir? Hey, Deputy Wester with Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Reason for my traffic stop is you only have one headlight. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, we were fixing to buy one. I forgot about buying one while I was in Walmart.
I understand. You got your driver's license on you, sir?
If I could speak with Mr. Williams for a second. Sorry, we were making sure we're getting the right video queued up. Apologize about that. That one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you just hang tight, okay? Look, go ahead and hop up for me, ma'am. You're being detained at this time, okay? All right. I guess that's why you wanted to grab your purse.
I'm gonna get a sit down.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna lock these so they don't tighten down on you. Okay? I know. Hang tight.
I'll take that from you, okay? Get the flashlight and the lighter.
2554. I have the signal 30 detained as well. Go ahead and show me 1015 two times.
That wasn't all night.
Make sure that don't blow off, sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
was a truck you were searching here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And truck had a back seat?
Correct.
Okay. And we see your camera kind of go blank again.
Yes, sir.
Is that you leaning over as you're searching?
Yeah, I was leaning in to search the area, and my camera, I guess, hit the seat.
Same way it happened in James Fears?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Same way in Stephen Van?
That is correct.
And all three of those vehicles are, well, two full-size SUVs and a full-size truck?
Yes, sir.
So they all kind of sit higher up than a normal car?
Definitely.
You hit play for me.
vehicle search. sir. All right. A little hot. All right, man. Both of y'all are going to jail tonight for possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, okay? Anything out of that vehicle you want to take with you to the jail?
I need, like, all my Walmart stuff, because it's my kids' stuff, and I
Okay.
can't have it.
You can't take that to the jail. All right, and the vehicle's going to be towed.
Can I please have a cigarette?
Nah, I mean, you're already in my custody. I can't let you smoke. Look, I'm going to try to afford you every opportunity that I can, all right? Nothing concealed on your person anywhere, right? No needles, methamphetamine, anything that could be considered contraband at the county correctional facility, right? Okay. All right. Anything besides the Walmart stuff? You can't tout the Walmart stuff, okay?
My purse, I guess.
Your purse, all right.
All my kids' stuff in there.
All right. Look, you didn't swallow anything, right?
No.
Okay, you're okay. All right. You're just pretty high right now.
No, not really. Actually, no.
Okay.
I promise you, I haven't done anything in like hours.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Let me get this case of water at the back of my car and put it in my trunk so she can have a seat in the back of my car, all right? Huh? I mean, if you want to. Sounds great. I sure appreciate that. I think that'll be a little bit better. All right. All right, look, man. In addition to the felony, driving while license suspended, you are being charged with possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia as well, okay? All right. All right, look, man. I'm just going to be straight up. I ain't going to read you your rights because I'm not going to ask you questions. But look, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? When you got out of the vehicle, man, did you think I wasn't going to see those syringes in the door?
I'm diabetic.
Okay.
I take insulin.
Okay, you do take insulin?
Yeah, it's on
All
my
right.
license.
All right, well, look, man, the reason she's going as well, because there was some in her purse.
I put it in there.
Okay.
Just let her go.
I can't, man, because she knew it was in. She knew it was in.
So do you remember making this stop?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you've seen this video before?
I have, yes.
Okay. And they brought in this stop because of the syringes that were found in this case.
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is you found 6, but only entered 5 into evidence.
And that would be correct.
Okay. Tell us why.
So whenever Mr. Shaw exited the vehicle, he removed a syringe from his pocket and slid it into the driver's side door. During the search of the vehicle, you can see on the passenger side, I recover 4 syringes. One had already been used and the others were in close proximity to the narcotics. So all of that constitutes those syringes being drug paraphernalia. In the driver's side door, I recovered the one that he had put in there, and then I recovered an additional one that was unused, that was in the manufacturer bag. It was determined after I got back to the office that that one that was unused and was still in the bag from the manufacturer could have very well been for his diabetes that he just stated that he uses syringes for. So I didn't determine that one to be of evidentiary value, and it was just simply disposed of.
So the 4 that were in the purse,
yes,
those were in close proximity to methamphetamine.
That is correct, yes.
And then the other 2, one looked like maybe had been used.
Right.
And you weren't sure if it was insulin or some type of drug use, correct?
I can tell you that the one that he removed from his pocket did field test presumptive positive at the office for the presence of methamphetamine.
But then we also have then the one that's sealed and kind of separate.
Sure.
Okay. So just like Agent Chase was talking about, you know, if you have something that's normally legal, but it's in close proximity to some drugs, it could become paraphernalia.
That is correct, yes.
And this one that is in its still sealed package, hadn't been used.
Right.
And you have somebody telling you they're diabetic, so it could have had a legitimate lawful use, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's why you didn't enter it into evidence.
That is correct.
Because you felt like it had no evidentiary value.
That is correct.
Did you take that other needle and hide it in your car to plant in somebody else's car later?
No, I did not.
And I know we went through each one of these one by one. In all of these cases that we've talked about, you did not plant any evidence.
That never crossed my mind, no.
These were legitimate stops, searches, and you found illegal narcotics.
Yes, sir.
And we've heard methamphetamine is quite prevalent here in Jackson County, correct?
Methamphetamine is very prevalent in Jackson County. I've seen firsthand the destruction that methamphetamine has on families, has on friends, and in my job as a deputy sheriff, I wanted to be as proactive as I could. I didn't feel that the citizens of Jackson County wanted to pay me to just sit somewhere and wait for a call. So if I could be proactive, that's what I wanted to do, to keep from methamphetamine running more rampant than it already is and affecting other families and affecting kids.
And while you were a deputy sheriff and you were on patrol, how many cars would you maybe pull over in a given shift?
Yeah, sure. So obviously it would depend on the call volume as far as 911 calls and just regular calls for service. But if it was on a slow night, sometimes I would make 15, maybe 18 traffic stops a shift. And the reason I was so adamant about being proactive is obviously to help get drugs off the street, but also I found that in my zone, when people saw blue lights flashing on the side of the road, burglaries went down and property crimes went down.
Now, when you would pull somebody over and you would find drugs in their car, would you get any type of bonus from the sheriff's office?
No, there was no such bonus.
But yet you wanted to be proactive, and that's why you were running tags, checking driver's license, see if there's a reason,
Yeah.
pull somebody over, make sure nothing's going on, right?
Exactly.
Was there enough crime in Jackson County? Was that, I mean, you didn't have to make up stuff to make arrests on a shift, did you?
No, you would not have to do that at all.
And there was, I guess the other thing you could have done, instead of doing that when it was quiet, you could have gone and parked somewhere and took a nap or something, right?
Sure, and and there were, except for the nap part, there were some deputies that would, they would hang out in a central location and wait for their next call. That was their priority. That's totally okay, but that's not how I wanted to do.
And as you're working as a deputy sheriff, how much did you get paid as a deputy sheriff?
So the range, because I don't remember exactly, but the range was anywhere between $840 to $950. That's every 2 weeks that I would bring home.
And when you worked at the sheriff's office, was there an opportunity to work what are called off-duty details?
Yes.
Tell us about off-duty details. What is that?
Okay, so we had, a good example of that would be, we had a contract with Chipola College, and every day and also every night there would be an opportunity for an off-duty deputy to provide security for the college. Those shifts, I think they were 5 hours a shift. And then another overtime detail you could have in the spring and summer is for Turner's Landing, Spring Creek, all of the entrances to the creek where people tube. You could sit there and provide security for that as well. And sometimes that would be, an 8 or 9 hour day, sometimes longer.
Okay. And how much would you get paid for those off-duty details?
It would range anywhere between $120 and sometimes upwards to $200, $210.
And did you take advantage of those off-duty details?
Pretty much every day that I was scheduled off from the sheriff's office, yes, I was either working at the college or on the weekends I would try to pick up a detail at one of the boat ramps.
So by doing the off-duty details while you're patrol deputy, you were able to make more money than the $1,000 to $1,500 a year increase in pay you would have received as being an investigator.
That is correct, and it was also my understanding that investigators, they were kind of limited as well on what overtime details they could pick up, depending on what their caseload was and those factors.
So your understanding was if you had become some type of investigator, may have actually, while you may have gotten an increase of $1,000 to $1,500 a year in pay, your pay may have decreased because you may not have been able to work as many off-duty details.
It would have decreased, yes.
Would have decreased?
Yes, decreased.
And how many different units were there in the sheriff's department with the opportunity to be an investigator?
So you had the narcotics division and you also had the criminal investigative division, so 2.
Okay. And did you ever interview for a position in either one of those?
Yeah, in June or July of 2018, I interviewed for a position within the criminal investigation division, CID.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. It's a good point for a break, jury. It's 12:30. Kept you a little bit longer today, but wanted to get through that direct examination. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room. Let's try to be back at 1:35 today. That's an hour and 5 minutes for your lunch break. I think that's a reasonable amount of time to catch your breath and get something to eat. Couple things, if you will leave your notebooks in your chair, still do not talk with each other about this case. Do not talk with anybody about this case. Don't research, don't look up anything to do with the case. We have a cross-examination and some more testimony to go this afternoon. So we'll begin to work through it at 1:35. Be back here ready to go in fresh at 1:35. Thank you.
All rise.
Let's go ahead and remain standing. Let's go ahead and, oh, well, are they all here, Mr. Gary?
Yes.
Okay, you ready to go?
Yes.
All right.
All rise.
All right, please come to rest. Mr. Wester, we had stopped for lunch, and you are still under oath and back on the stand, okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, you can begin your cross.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Wester.
Good afternoon.
We, towards the end of your direct examination, Mr. Davis was asking you, and you were answering him some questions about how you were a proactive deputy when you were with Jackson County, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that's how you described it, you were proactive.
Yes, sir.
And you explained why. This is home for you, right? Jackson County.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
All right. You come from a law enforcement background. Your father has a successful career in law enforcement, correct?
That is correct.
Specifically in narcotics while he was in Jackson County, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And sounds as if we all agree, everybody in this case, that wanting to be a proactive, good law enforcement officer and work cases hard is a good thing, correct?
It is a great thing, yes.
And advancing in an agency like the sheriff's office, nothing wrong with that, right?
Correct.
I think we would agree that it's how you get there that is what is at issue in this criminal case, correct? That's what is at issue here, is how you choose to be proactive or how you behave as a deputy based on those motivations, correct?
Maybe if you could repeat that question. I don't want to give you the wrong answer.
Sure. Well, we agree that those are fair motivations when
Sure.
being a deputy, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so it's really what you do with those motivations that's what's at issue in this case, this criminal case right now, correct? Whether you act in earnest or criminally, that's what's at issue in this criminal case, correct?
I would agree with that, yeah.
All right. Now, I'll try, for the sake of everybody's clarity, I'm going to try to follow more or less the same order that Mr. Davis did.
Thank you.
And I understand you have your notes there. Same goes for me, as it does for Mr. Davis. If you need to refresh your recollection, you let me know.
Yes, sir.
But one thing I'll start with is the listed victims, and I'm going to try to follow the same order. So let's start with Mr. Emanuel, Josh Emanuel. Now, there's been a lot of testimony in this case, and also on your direct examination, about a notice to appear that was given to Mr. Emanuel after the time of your arrest of him. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you've testified that those were not something that were done that you know of for felonies, correct?
Correct.
You had not done one, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Sounds as if it basically what it is you're saying it surprised you that it was done in that instance, correct?
Very much so, yes.
All right. Let's talk about Mr. Emanuel a little bit. No criminal history, correct? And you discussed that with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That, of course, would be a factor on a monetary bond, which is what would normally happen, correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Hodges, Lieutenant Hodges, who you're saying was the one who made that decision, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he reported to you that he knew Mr. Emanuel since he was a little boy, 7 or 8 years old,
That is correct.
and grew up in some kind of a church community with him, knew his mom, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you looked at his arms on the video, and you didn't see any indication of drug use on his arms, in his behavior, in his appearance.
Right.
When you made the stop, he told you before you ever discussed the possibility of getting in the car. He told you there was a firearm in the car, correct?
Yes, sorry.
He was, and you said it on the video, correct, that he was cooperative and seemed straightforward with you during that interaction on the video, correct?
Absolutely, yes, he was.
Any reason, based on your observations and what you knew, that he would have been a flight risk in the criminal case after you charged him?
It would be hard to make that judgment call within the few minutes encounter that I had with him. I'd never seen him before this traffic stop.
Mr. Hodges knew him a lot better, didn't he?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, understood. He still was charged criminally, wasn't he?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, Lieutenant Hodges didn't get rid of the criminal charge, did he? The notice to appear.
Correct.
Addresses bond and how they're going to come to court, isn't that right?
That is right.
All right, and that's all he dealt with that you've testified to, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And before we move on from it, you chose not to handcuff Emanuel either. Is that correct on the
Yes,
video?
that is correct.
All right. But he wasn't a flight risk at the scene.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He was not at the scene.
Now, on Mr. Emanuel's video, we've seen it. It's a partial video. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
How did that happen?
So the body camera was initially, I attempted to activate the body camera to start the recording. In the recording, you will see about a 30-second, about a 30-second period where there is no audio. There is nothing but video. After the body camera had experienced what I believe is what's called a reset function, the camera was back operational. I was able to double tap the center button and the video started recording as it should.
And as it starts recording, we see where you are, and then we see you go back and make contact with Mr. Emanuel and Trooper O'Pry, and you mention that syringe and that bag, correct?
Correct.
But it's clear from the video that that's not the first discussion of it, that prior to the video recording, it must have been discussed as well.
Yes, sir, as I testified.
All right, so that means that you had already been around on the driver's side car and had the chance to be in the area that you said you first saw it, correct?
When I was retrieving the firearm, that is correct.
But that's not on your body camera video, is it?
It is not.
And the beginning of the stop's not on the body camera video, is it?
It is not.
It doesn't start and it doesn't actually show anything until after you've already been in the car and had the opportunity to switch sides to the other side of the car, and after you've already had the opportunity to talk to Josh Emanuel with Trooper O'Pry right there, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And you already had your search gloves on, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the other Mr. Williams in this case, Reginald Williams.
Yes, sir.
We don't have any body camera video for that incident, is that correct? Can you take a minute to get situated with your report there?
If you don't mind, give me just a second, please.
Yes, sir.
It is my understanding that there was no body camera footage provided in this case.
You would agree, and I think you've testified to Mr. Davis, that the goal of having a body camera, understanding that there can be technical errors, but the goal of the body camera is to allow someone else in this very court system perhaps to see what you or any other deputy would see while they had that body camera on, isn't that right?
Body cameras are very beneficial, yes.
Not for Reginald Williams, we don't have one, right? So why don't we have one for him?
If the body camera video for Mr. Reginald Williams would not have been deleted from the server, this jury would have had a chance to review that body camera.
Who deleted it?
Mr. Williams, I don't know. All I can attest to is whenever I start the video and I upload it to the server, what happens to it after it leaves the server, I'm not in control of that.
If someone deleted it, did they delete the front part of the Emanuel video? Did they go in and delete that as well?
Mr. Williams, I've already testified as to the first part of that Emanuel video, and I made it very clear that the body camera experienced a malfunction. It wasn't something intentional, and to go back, if you don't mind, I'm not going to stop the course of a traffic stop for a body camera to reboot and begin recording again. That's not good from an officer safety standpoint, and it's not good, period, to just stand there idle waiting for a body camera to start back up.
Understood, but you're also dealing with people's constitutional rights. That's what your training manual said, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Josh Emanuel's constitutional rights are important. You agree with that, right?
Very, yes.
All right. And his rights to challenge evidence in a criminal court setting are important, aren't they?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, like they should be for everybody, right?
For every single person, yes.
Okay. But, again, we'll get to Mr. Williams in a minute, but back to Emanuel. For the reasons you've explained, you didn't choose to reactivate your body camera for Mr. Emanuel. Is that right?
Yes, sir, the body camera was reactivated. That's how the jury was able to see the remainder of that traffic stop.
Well, why weren't we able to see the first part of that stop? That's what I'm asking about.
Right. Yes, sir. So I don't work for Axon. I'm not an Axon body camera technician, so all I can testify to is the facts of what took place in that particular incident, where it appeared to experience what we were taught in our training as a reset function, and the body camera was unable to start recording. And as soon as it got to a spot to where the camera was rebooted and I could restart the video, I did that as soon as possible.
And it so happened that that missed the part where you would have first gotten into the car and had a chance to see the syringe in the baggie. Is that right?
Can you repeat that?
And it so happened that that error occurred at the time that you would have first gotten in that car and first had the opportunity to see the syringe and the baggie. Isn't that right?
I would disagree with that.
That's not when the error occurred?
I would disagree with that.
Then why isn't it on the video?
Mr. Williams, I've explained this to you 3 or 4 times now as far as why that is not on the video.
You said it was because of an error. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And the error occurred at the time that otherwise your body camera, you're saying, would have shown you go into that car and see that item for the first time. That's when that error occurred. Is there some reason you will not answer that to the jury?
The body camera error occurred as soon as the traffic stop was initiated.
Okay. You know what? Let's move on.
Okay, great.
Let's move on. Mr. Williams is one that we don't have one on, and you're saying that it was deleted from the server, and that's why we don't have one at all. Is that right?
Yep, and I just want to be clear so the jury understands. By no means am I saying that someone deleted that video with some ill intent. What I am testifying to is that it was common for the body cameras, once there was a certain threshold within the server, for the body camera videos to be deleted. By no means am I saying it was deleted with ill intent.
Why would they have deleted, if someone did, would it have been somebody, a person, a staff member who would have done that?
Well, it would have had to have been a staff member.
Why would someone have deleted, in this instance, let's talk about Reginald Williams, that's
Sure.
what we're talking about.
Sure.
In that one, that clearly pertained to an arrest, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, why in the world would that have been deleted?
I wish I knew that answer.
You didn't take any photographs on that department-issued camera, did you?
I did.
And we don't have those for the case file for Mr. Williams, do we?
If it's not been provided, I would assume not.
You mentioned that the meth in the lunchbox was in a hidden compartment, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you photograph that hidden compartment? That sounds unique. I wasn't there, but based
Sure.
on your description, that sounds unique.
I did not photograph the hidden compartment, no.
Mr. Williams said he was going to work. Do you dispute that?
I don't dispute that whatsoever.
Yeah, after all, he had his lunchbox, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Mrs. Laster, who was with him, says that she tried to videotape this on her phone, record it on her phone. You told her to put it away. You dispute that?
I dispute that 100%.
But we don't have a video from your camera either, do we?
That is correct.
So neither one of you have any video evidence of that stop. All we have is your report and what they say. Is that right?
Yes.
For Mr. Van, he actually consented to the search before you ever even asked. Is that right?
He did, yes.
He told you about his criminal history.
Yes, he did.
He told you what he'd been in prison for.
Yes, sir.
For meth. He told it to you. You didn't
He
really
did.
have to push him on it, did he?
I did not.
Okay. And that video starts when it does, the one that we saw. Do you dispute that? I mean, that's an accurate video?
That is an accurate video, yeah.
Okay, and it starts when you're on the passenger side, having already been in the driver's side, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Why is that?
For this particular case, I don't recall if I experienced an issue like I experienced in the Emanuel traffic stop.
From our standpoint with the video, it appears to be the same as the Emanuel stop, doesn't it?
That could be your opinion, sure.
Well, the video starts and you're at the passenger side, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Having already been at the driver's side.
Correct.
And we see on the van video that when you're searching the passenger side and you reach into that center console, over that door that opens out towards you, that's when you allegedly find that black baggie of meth. Is that right?
That is when I found the black baggie of meth, correct.
You didn't find it when you were around on the driver's side and that door was open, faced further away from you.
Correct. I did not remove the documents from that center console to search the center console on the driver's side.
It would have certainly been more accessible on that side, given the way that that console opened, right?
I'm 6'5". I have a long reach. So for someone else, sure, they might be able to answer yes to that question, but I would disagree.
Would it be harder for you on the driver's side?
Would it be harder on the driver's side?
Would it have been harder for you to have gone through the console on the driver's side?
No, sir.
Okay. I mean, you agree with the way that Mr. Van in the video shows the door opens towards the front seat passenger.
Yes, it does.
Leaving the console visible from that driver's seat.
That is correct.
Okay. But you didn't take those papers out until you were on the other side, until that lid was opened, blocking any other view from the inside to the inside of that console. Isn't that right? That's when you chose to take those papers out and go through them, right?
During my search, I did take the papers out of the center console when I was on the passenger side of the vehicle. That
I'm
is
asking
correct.
about the timing. The first time you tried to do it, the first time was on the passenger side, right?
Correct, yes.
After it was already open and you had already been at that area on the driver's side.
Mr. Van left the center console open, so yes.
He had it open? And he consented to the search?
He had it open from whenever he retrieved his documentation for the vehicle.
Okay, so he's consented to the search and he left it open. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Why, based on your training experience, why would he have consented to a search before you ever even asked about it and then left a console open if he knew methamphetamine was in there? If he had been riding around, like you say, with a known narcotic target or let's just say a user, why would he have done that?
Unfortunately, most people don't understand that you have a constitutional right to deny consent to a search of the vehicle.
Well, he certainly would. He'd gone through this system and been to prison before. So I think if anybody understands it, it'd be him, right?
Well, I didn't know Mr. Van, so I wouldn't be able to speak to that, sir.
Well, let's take a step back. I think that may not be right. You know that he has a criminal history, correct?
Sure.
That means he's been through this court system in some form, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, and relatively recently, because he had gotten out of prison shortly before this.
I believe like a month before, yeah.
Okay. So he's somebody that you can reasonably infer understands that he has rights. He told you, for instance, I know what you're trying to do when you say you smell meth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he's somebody who clearly is a little bit more informed than, let's say, Josh Emanuel. Is that fair?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Why would Mr. Van, before you've ever asked about a search, agree to a search and get out of the car and leave that console door open if he had meth in there? Why would that have happened?
I don't believe I can offer an accurate explanation to the jury based on that. I wasn't in Mr. Van's head at the time.
Okay. You were in yours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He was on his way to the auto shop, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Trevor Day, I'd like to move on to him. Okay. You say that you were able to observe Mr. Day and Mrs. Wood moving around in the front seat as they were taking a little bit longer than normal to stop the car. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
When you get Mr. Day out of the car and ask him about the odor of marijuana, he tells you, yeah.
Yeah, he was very straightforward with that.
When Miss Wood gets out of the car, she tells you as well, correct?
That is correct, yes.
They tell you where it is in the car, don't they?
They do, yes.
And that's not far from where you said that you found this bag that had other meth residue in it, correct?
That is correct.
So they drew your attention to that area, didn't they?
They did, yes.
And they told you that there were drugs in that area, right?
Correct.
They were talking about marijuana, but they're the ones who told you about it.
Yes, sir.
Kind of like for Mr. Van, based on your observations, why would Mrs. Wood and Mr. Day draw your attention to an area that had something in it extra than what they're already telling you? In other words, why would they be open and honest with you about the marijuana and then just have no information at all about the meth if that wasn't the case?
In their testimony, I believe they said it best whenever they said that they were not aware of what methamphetamine looked like. And Mr. Day testified that his mother had previously owned the car that had a methamphetamine problem. Please understand, when you're in constructive possession of narcotics, whenever you are driving the vehicle, you are in control of every single thing within that vehicle. So, Mr. Williams, there's a very good chance that Mr. Day was unaware of the presence of methamphetamine, but nonetheless, after the vehicle search, it was present.
Why didn't you go find the mom and arrest her if you believed that was true?
Mr. Williams, you are an assistant state attorney. I feel that you should know this. The mom was not in possession of the vehicle at the time. So how could I, in a courtroom, articulate probable cause for the arrest whenever Mr. Day was the registered owner of the vehicle and he was in possession of the vehicle? How could I arrest the mom, sir?
You claim that you believe you understand what constructive possession is? You're
Somewhat.
You're aware that it requires a knowledge element. It can't be accidental possession. You know that,
right,
don't you? Okay. You just told this jury that if Mr. Day had it on the floor and didn't know it was there, he can be charged with constructive possession. That's not what constructive possession is it?
And Mr. Williams, that is the great thing about the judicial system, and that is a great thing about your job. You were an assistant state attorney. I was a deputy sheriff. All I had to have was probable cause to make an arrest. And then, Mr. Williams, that was, in all due respect, for the state attorney's office to go through the facts of the case to present it to a jury.
Well, the facts, as you understood them at the scene, is you believe that it was accidental possession. That's what you've just told this jury, that you believed it was accidental, yet you still arrested them for it.
After I read him his Miranda rights, and let me stop, I believe it was after I read him his Miranda rights about the conversation that took place with his mom. I do not have the ability on the side of the road and on a traffic stop to go through every single story, every single line of a story. I had the probable cause to make the traffic stop. I had the probable cause to make the arrest. I effectuated that arrest, and it was handed over to the judicial system of the 14th Circuit.
Mr. Wester, you know that you don't have to make an arrest at all on a traffic stop if there's not a clear indication of that you're arresting the right person. That's what your training manual said, correct? That's what it says, that your job is not simply to arrest somebody. It's to find the right person, if that can be determined, and arrest that person. That's what the manual says, correct?
And I guess what you're alluding to, Mr. Williams, is
I'm not alluding to it. This was a state's exhibit. Let's start with this. Do you remember that exhibit? Your training manual.
Yeah, I do.
Do you remember that portion that Mr. Chris testified that he trained you on, you demonstrated you understood that it was important to arrest the right person, not just to arrest someone? Do you remember that part?
Correct.
Okay, that's the part that I'm asking about.
Yeah, and Miss Wood and Mr. Day were in the front of the vehicle where the methamphetamine was recovered.
But you've already testified to this jury that according to you, that your theory was that because mom had been in the car at some point and mom had been a meth user years before, that even if they were in accidental possession, that you went ahead and arrested them. That was your theory that you testified to the jury about.
I did, and here's the thing. Every time I pulled someone over, if they said, oh, that's mom or that's dad's or that's my cousin's, there would never, I can't say never, the majority of the time, there would not be an arrest made in a narcotics possession case. Most of the time, they deny knowledge. So, Mr. Williams, you're presenting to this jury that in the First Circuit where you work, that if someone says that they didn't know about the narcotics, you're just going to drop the case on every single narcotics charge that comes on your desk?
Sir, you know that's not what I'm saying.
It sounds to me that's what you're saying.
Okay. Well, thank you for your input. I'll remind you, as you're aware, that I asked the questions, you answer them.
Sure.
Okay, you'll agree to that?
I do agree with that, yeah.
Okay, and you agree that you've testified to this jury that you didn't even believe that Mr. Day and Mrs. Wood knew about the meth on the floor, but you still arrested them for it?
They were in the area where the methamphetamine was recovered, so yes, I did effect a probable cause arrest.
Well, you were too, weren't you?
What?
You were in the area where the meth was recovered, weren't you? In fact, you were the last person that was there.
When I was searching the vehicle, that is correct. Before I found the methamphetamine, yes.
Okay, so according to your theory, you're also subject to that as well, aren't you?
Here's the thing. I was in the lawful scope of my duty, okay? And I was, and on a traffic stop, whenever you take possession of narcotics that you have seized, you are technically in legal possession of that because it is in the scope of your duties at the time.
Well, that's if you really got it there. That's what's at issue in this case, isn't it?
That's your opinion, Mr. Williams.
No, that is what is at issue in this case to this jury, is to determine whether or not those drugs were really there or whether or not you put them there. You
Right.
would agree that is the issue.
Right, and I'm testifying to this jury today that the drugs were there. I did not put the narcotics there.
We're well aware of what you testified for. I'm asking, do you agree that that's the issue? So that logic would apply to you as well if you were someone who had last been there, right?
Any law enforcement officer that searches a vehicle and recovers narcotics, they are going to be the last law enforcement officer that was in that area when the narcotics were recovered.
Well, what if we had a video of it? For instance, the day stop. What if we had a video that showed you find those things in those areas?
Sure. And Mr. Williams, whenever you look at the day stop, you can see when the video stops. For whatever reason, both of my hands are in plain view.
But you haven't found anything, have you?
At the time that the video stops, I'm not sure, Mr. Williams. I don't. I want to say that at the time of the video stopping, no, I had not found anything.
Okay, fair enough. And at that point, after it stops, but for the backup deputy's video, we wouldn't have anything else to show where you were going or what these people were saying. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And that video shows you going back to your patrol car during the search before you've ever told them that you found methamphetamine. Isn't that right?
To retrieve my test kit box. That is correct.
You hadn't told them whether you had found anything or not, had you?
Mr. Williams, there is no policy and there is no state statute dictating that an officer has to do that during a traffic stop.
I agree. I don't dispute that.
Sure.
But you haven't told them that, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So let's take the fear stop, for example. As soon as Deputy Day finds what he finds, and brings it to your attention on that video, as soon as that happens, you go back and you detain them and let them know about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there are clearly instances where you're able to do that and bring it to people's attention right away.
True. That is correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about the Richard Driggers stop. Like Mr. Day, like Miss Wood, he admitted to marijuana, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
He didn't dispute that, can't remember what the traffic incident was. I think his headlights weren't working.
I believe he had one headlight, yes, sir.
Yeah, he didn't argue with you about that, did he?
No, he did not.
You looked at his arms, you don't see any track marks.
Correct.
You do notate that on the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's a video we have from a patrol, a backup deputy, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Once again, like Mr. Day, we don't have a video from you showing the search, do we?
That is correct.
Why not?
In the Mr. Driggers video, as you've all seen, you will notice whenever I'm exiting my patrol car, both of my hands can be seen. The video stops. I have no idea this was an ongoing issue. As a matter of fact, I had to get a new Axon body camera issued to me because of similar technological glitches.
So the technological glitch for Mr. Driggers, like Mr. Emanuel, happened because, or excuse me, it happened to occur when you would have searched and the video would have shown you find these things in these people's cars. Isn't that right?
It could have happened halfway through. It could have happened at the end, but the glitch that I experienced did happen after I had issued a written warning, and it had finished printing out, and I was exiting my patrol car.
And once again, we're unable to actually see you find anything at all in the Driggers arrest. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
In fact, without deputy, now trooper, but Maloney, we wouldn't have anything other than your word, correct?
That is correct.
And the Driggers, then we'll stay on Driggers.
Sure.
But like all the others, you would agree that it is an awesome and an incredible power to be in somebody's car, searching it for something that could lead to a crime, and they have no right to be in there and observe it. You would agree with that, correct?
It's a great responsibility, yes.
Okay. And your manual specifically draws your attention to that, but you don't dispute that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Mr. Clenny, he told you he was on probation.
Yes, he did.
He told you what the charges were.
That is correct.
Wouldn't you agree that the video demonstrates that in many ways he is a remarkably open person? I mean, he's talking about medical stuff and all kinds of things on that video, right?
He was very open. That's correct.
Very open. Okay. You would agree that he was very direct with you, that he had never seen that baggie before under that seat. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. And he told this jury that it wasn't under there until you were in that car. Isn't that right?
I may need you to rephrase that.
Do you remember him telling this jury that it wasn't in, he knew that it wasn't in that truck until after you had been in there and searched it. Isn't that right?
At the time of the stop or whenever he testified here the other day?
Testified.
Okay, yes, when he testified here the other day, you are correct. He did make that statement.
I think he also admitted he didn't have a valid driver's license. I think he admitted he didn't have a seatbelt on.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
He admitted that his fiance or girlfriend probably had smoked marijuana in the car recently. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And again, like Mr. Driggers and like Mr. Day, we don't have a video from you showing the search of Mr. Clenny's truck, do we?
We do not.
You had a body camera, clearly.
Yes.
But we know that it wasn't on, right?
I would disagree with that. The jury, I guess about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, saw on Sergeant Carlberg's body cam video where whenever narcotics investigator Allen, whenever me and him are beginning to talk, I turned my body camera off. So my body camera was on and it was active during that traffic stop.
Well, wouldn't you agree that what that exhibit demonstrates is that you said you were about to turn it off? Isn't that right?
Mr. Williams, I was there, and I can tell you that it was on and that I turned it off.
You would agree that that exhibit demonstrates that you said, let me turn this body camera off, and then you do
Yes.
handle that body camera. Isn't that right?
For the purposes of the record, yes, sir, the exhibit would demonstrate that.
We all understand that you say that it was working, and that is when you turned it off, but we don't actually have a video, do we?
Again, once I upload the videos to the server, what happens to those videos after they're uploaded, I have no control over.
Did someone delete it?
I wouldn't be able to testify to that, sir. I'm unaware.
What motivation would there be for some staff member to delete a whole video on an arrest?
Right.
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled.
And again, as I testified earlier, I would never sit here and say that any of the any of the videos were deleted with an ill intention. Sheriff's office at the time was very short-staffed. Sometimes there were inexperienced people taking care of the videos. It could have just simply been deleted without them realizing what they were deleting. But of course, I'm speculating at this point as to how that could have occurred.
Suffice it to say, though, that the backup deputies wasn't deleted and it exists, correct?
That is correct.
And it was on before he even got out of the patrol car.
That is correct.
He wasn't even searching, and his was on.
Correct.
Mr. Benjamin Bowling's arrest, we don't have a body camera video for either, do we?
No, sir, we do not.
Like Mr. Clenny, like Mr. Driggers, other people in this case, they consented to a search of that car, he and Mrs. Shelley, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Mr. Bowling even agreed with you that he believed he smelled marijuana.
Sure.
He didn't try to deny that he smelled an odor of it, is that right?
That is correct.
You heard their testimony that they saw you search the car briefly, first in the driver's side, is that right?
That's what they testified to, correct.
And then they testified that they both saw you walk across behind the car on the way to the passenger side, and that's when you got search gloves and put them on, and it was only after that that you allegedly found methamphetamine.
That is what they testified to.
And we don't have a video in it. Why don't we have a video in it?
Mr. Williams, during your investigation, I'm sure you have found this out, the 2017 videos, you claim that there are no videos from the year 2017.
Okay. Well, what is your answer for that?
My answer is there was a body camera video. It was uploaded to the server, I believe at the time. I still had a Pro Vision camera. And once it was uploaded to the server, it was up to the whoever was in charge of taking care of that to take care of it.
Okay, so it's the same situation as it is in the Clenny arrest, is that right?
That is correct.
But Clenny wasn't in 2017, he was in 18.
That is correct. And I had an Axon body camera, and as the video demonstrated, the body camera was on and activated and recording.
For Clenny?
For Mr. Clenny, yes, sir.
We don't have that video. That's the issue, is we don't have a video for Bowling, we don't have a video for Clenny. You mentioned the year 2017 having some significance, but Clenny is in 18.
Right.
And we don't have a video there either.
Right. And as the jury saw a couple hours ago from Sergeant David Carlberg's backup body cam video, I turned my camera off.
We saw you move your hand. No one disputes that. We saw
Sure.
on that video you move your hand and you said what you were doing with it, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you said for Mr. Driggers that it's not, when he denied that the meth was his, you said that it's not uncommon for people to deny something criminal that they're doing. Isn't that right? You said that for Mr. Driggers, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why we have juries to decide whether or not that denial's correct
Correct.
or not, if it's supported by evidence as it should be in a criminal case. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
That's why we have juries. And they should make that decision based on the evidence, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
We come to next to Mrs. Teresa Odom.
Okay.
I'll let you get your report there, so I know we'll probably spend an extra moment on this or so.
All right, I think I'm ready, Mr. Williams.
I'll let you get settled. Okay, like several of the other listed victims in the case, she consents to the search of her car, doesn't she? Her
She
truck.
does. She does, yes.
She mentions that she's got $5 that's missing in that video before you find anything. Isn't that right?
That is correct, yes.
She's specifically drawing your attention to her purse or her pocketbook because she's missing $5. Isn't that right?
Correct, yes.
She's not trying to take her purse with her when she gets out of the car and goes and stands with backup Deputy Heike, is she?
I don't believe so, no.
Video doesn't show, and the video
Right.
doesn't depict it. Do you remember hearing it?
I do not remember it right.
So she didn't try to take her purse. Now you say, you've testified on direct that you don't dispute that there's something in your hand like those photos the state's exhibits depict. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, I don't dispute that at all.
Your dispute is that you say that it's not the same item that you charged Teresa Odom with, correct?
Correct, it is not the same item, right?
It was a different baggie, is what you say, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where on your body camera video do we see you handle that baggie and either picking it up or putting it down or looking at it closely to determine what's in it?
Are you referring to the baggie that was in my hand before I put my search gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as you noticed on the video, there were multiple semis, multiple vehicles driving by in the opposite direction. Whenever I put that baggie in the front driver's side floorboard, I never seen it again. I'm not sure if it's because when a semi came through, it blew it into the roadway. After I found the baggie in her purse containing methamphetamine, and after I found the spoon, which was used as paraphernalia, there was really no need for me to go walk across 231 at the busiest time of the day to try to find something that I didn't even know was evidentiary value or not.
Why'd you set it down on the floorboard if you didn't know if it had evidentiary value or not? Why'd you set it down? If it was already in your hand, why would you set it down on the floorboard with that setting like you've just described to the jury if you didn't even know if it had evidentiary value or not?
So that I could search the vehicle.
How about searching what's in your hand? How about that? Wouldn't you agree that it would make more sense to start with what's already in your hand before you, if it indeed was a different thing, that it would make more sense to start with what's already in your hand before you set it down on the floorboard on admittedly a busy road?
Yeah. In this particular case, no, that would not make sense, because whenever I looked at the bag, it did not appear, as I testified earlier, that it was of evidentiary value.
You don't look. You just said a moment ago to this jury that you didn't know if it had evidentiary value or not.
Okay.
You just said that a moment ago, and now you're saying that you already looked at it and it didn't have evidentiary value. Which one is it?
So, as I just stated a couple seconds ago, it did not appear to have evidentiary value. I did not examine it. I did not open it up at this point and examine it. It did not appear to be of anything of evidentiary value.
At what point on that video do you have time, or does it even show you looking at it to make some type of a reasonable inference as to whether or not it had evidentiary value?
Sure. So whenever I went to the passenger side of Miss Odom's truck, from the passenger side, you could pretty much see the whole front cabin of that vehicle. Whenever I looked across, I noticed that that particular item that was in my hand was no longer on the driver's side floorboard. Didn't really concern me that much because I'd found methamphetamine in her purse and I'd found the spoon. Like I said earlier, Mr. Wiggums, I was not going to walk across Highway 231 or shut down traffic to try to find something that was most likely just a piece of trash.
It was already in your hand, and you made a conscious decision to set it on the floorboard, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you or did you not look at it? This is assuming that clearly we're disputing this, okay? That it's a different item.
100% we are, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your testimony is that it was a different item, and in order for you to put it on the ground, you had to determine whether or not it had evidentiary value because it was already in your hand. So from it going from your left hand onto the floorboard, at what point do you stop and look at it and handle it the way you do all the other exhibits that you found
Sure.
in all the other videos to make that decision? If it was indeed different.
Okay. I would not have opened up a baggie with my bare hands, first of all. I will say that.
No. I'm sorry. We need to. Let me break that down. It's already in your bare hands. You've already picked it up in your bare hand.
Correct.
Okay. So what difference is opening it up with your bare hands going to make?
But Mr. Williams, I didn't open it up and turn it inside out for the contents, if there were any contents, to get on my bare skin.
Was it a clear baggie?
I believe it was an off-white baggie.
You could have seen inside it, couldn't you?
I don't believe I could have. With this particular baggie, I don't believe I could have, because from what I remember, it was an off-white, almost an eggshell white.
You can't give a consistent answer on this because there isn't a consistent answer, correct? I mean, would you agree that you cannot tell this jury that this item that you say is different in your hand, that you were ever able to determine clearly if it had evidentiary value, or if you looked at it, determine if it did?
Well, I can tell you that whenever I retrieved it from the door latch area,
Yes, sir.
and let's remember I went to the door latch area because she opened the vehicle from the outside. Whenever I went to the door latch area, and whenever I grabbed that baggie from the door latch area and brought it back, it only takes about probably not even a full second to look at something and visually see what it looks like. And sure, I didn't have x-ray vision, Mr. Williams. I couldn't scan the bag to see what was in there. I'm just testifying to what took place on that traffic stop.
Was it ever in your hand? Was there anything different in your hand other than what you claimed you found in her purse? Was there even a second bag? Just tell the story. Was there ever even a different bag?
What are you asking? Are you asking if the bag that I recovered from the door latch was different than the bag from her purse?
I'm asking if there ever even was a second bag. Was there ever anything other than that bag, same bag being palmed in your hand that you later put in her purse and acted like you found out of that purse?
Okay. So what you just presented to this jury is
What I'm
absolutely
asking you
absurd
is a
and not
question, really.
factual at all.
Stop. Ask the next question, listen to the question, answer the question. That's for the court reporter's sake. We got to keep a transcript. There's no way she can do it that way.
That's fair.
Go ahead.
I owe you, as every other witness, that courtesy, and the court reporter will do my best. And Mr. Wester, your report doesn't document a second bag, does it?
It does not.
The video never shows you speaking to Deputy Heike about a second bag, does it?
It does not.
Or the female deputy who's later on scene, does it?
It does not.
And you never mention a second bag to Mrs. Odom, do you?
No, I do not.
Now, you've testified on direct that there was a long piece of hair on the bag that you pulled out of Mrs. Odom's purse that had meth in it, correct?
That is correct.
She had several hairbrushes in there, didn't she?
From what I recall, I believe there were one or two, yeah.
Okay. And the video shows what it shows, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you say that the hair, in addition to being on the outside of the bag, was also inside the bag, which was closed shut. Is that right?
That is what is depicted on the photograph, correct.
Okay. And that's, of course, an item of evidence, just like the video, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And you say that the hair was inside as well, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
In a possession case, identity, who possessed it is clearly an issue, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that a hair would contain DNA, correct?
Correct.
Did you put that piece of hair into evidence? Did you, when you submitted your methamphetamine and spoon in evidence, did you put that hair into evidence?
As I testified earlier when Mr. Davis was asking me questions,
Yes, sir.
I want to make it clear, I did not see the hair on the bag on the traffic stop. It wasn't until we reviewed the video after the investigation and the photos that I observed the hair in the bag. But to answer your question, Mr. Williams, if I would have seen a hair, yes, I would have put that in the evidence, absolutely.
Not in evidence, though, and I think I understand your explanation why you're saying you didn't realize it until this case was, and you were reviewing the evidence, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Understood. Understood. So if that's the case, you would not have an independent recollection as to whether that hair really is in that bag, would you?
I'm basing my testimony off of what I saw on the photograph.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, likewise, I believe you testified on direct about the spoon, that it had some kind of burning on the bottom of it. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Do we have, does the video, do you believe, does it show the bottom of the spoon and show that burning?
At one point, and I don't remember exactly in the video, but I believe as I'm placing the spoon maybe into the evidence bag, but at some point during the video, yes, you can see the bottom of the spoon and you can see black mark, which is consistent with that of a burn mark.
You think that's on the video?
I believe so.
Showing the burn mark?
I believe so.
Did you choose to take any photographs of the spoon in this case?
Yes.
Those are not included in the case file, are they?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you're aware that the spoon is an item of evidence in this case. It's in one of those boxes over there.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let's take a moment just so we're clear. For the record, we've already introduced it, but 9C 1 through 3 are the seized items. 9C 1 through 3 are the seized items for Mrs. Odom, correct? And one of
I'm going
those
to have
would-
to rely on you for that, Mr. Williams. I don't have that in front of me.
But one of the seized items would be the spoon, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions now about Mr. Fears, James Fears.
James Fears. Okay.
Now, we saw the video, and we've seen it again more recently because of Deputy Lee, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Earlier this morning. And he testified that, of course, this case we all know is a little bit different because this is the only one where we have another deputy who's actively searching, right?
Yes, sir,
We
that's
agree?
correct.
We agree on that. And Deputy Lee said that he did direct your attention and ask you to come over to the back passenger side of the car, right?
Yes, sir.
That's after you had been at the driver's side for a little bit, beginning your search, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so then you see it on the video, you do just that, you go to the back passenger seat, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you said that you reached under that seat and you were looking around in that area, correct?
Correct.
And you don't dispute that our view, meaning the body camera view, is blocked for a period of time.
Yeah, I don't dispute that at all.
You don't dispute being in that area, reaching down, and the camera being blocked for a period of time, correct?
Reaching under the rear passenger seat, that is correct.
Okay. And at that point, no drugs or capsules or anything like that have been found, correct?
Not under the rear passenger seat, that is correct.
Well, none have been found in the car yet, correct?
Right, correct.
Okay, that's what I mean there.
I may have misunderstood you, I apologize.
Understood. Well, then you return back to the driver's seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Continued your search.
Yes.
You moved that seat forward, correct?
Yes, the driver's side seat, yes.
Yes, sir, driver's side. And that is when you directed Deputy Lee to slide the seat forward on the front passenger seat on his side, correct?
Correct.
And then that allowed him to look under that seat from the back passenger seat where you had previously been.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And it was only then, for the first time, that anybody finds any meth in that car, correct?
That is correct.
After you'd already been in that area, isn't that right?
Correct. Behind the front passenger seat, like directly behind it, it appeared as if there were several items of paper and there was even a clear tray. I don't even remember what was in the tray. So he would have had to have moved that seat forward, yeah.
You remember on that video, you and, so Mr. Smith, Rolf Smith?
Yes, Rolf Smith, correct.
And Deputy Lee discussing whether or not Jade Fears, his wife, was going to be charged as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember all three of you agreed that, quote, it wouldn't have been nothing, but for him, meaning James Fears, the driver, to have just done this, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You would agree that the same logic applies for you, though, because you were in that same seat in that same area already reaching down, correct?
I was not reaching anywhere close to where Deputy Lee found the item of paraphernalia narcotics. Again, I reached under the rear passenger seat, not the front passenger seat.
You would agree that we can't actually see that for ourselves on the video, can we?
Correct.
And whether or not it happened is what's at issue in the criminal case, correct?
I would agree to that, yes.
And just like for Mr. Fears, it wouldn't, quote, it wouldn't have been nothing for you to have reached your hand down just like Mr. Fears, correct? You could have done it just as easily as he could have, correct?
I'm going to disagree with that.
All right. Fair enough. Mrs. Kimberly Hazelwood is one I'd like to ask about next.
Yes, sir.
ask for the same courtesy from you. I'll just look at my notes here for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with the K-9 alert.
Okay.
I believe that was Dylan Jackson who ran K-9 Solo, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we all see it. Sounds like we're all in agreement that there was a legitimate alert, a passive alert at that point, correct?
Yes.
On the driver's side door.
Yes, sir.
We don't dispute that that was the only window that was open.
Yes, sir.
And you recall the testimony from Deputy Jackson that the dog is alerting to the odor of narcotics, correct?
That is correct.
It may or may not indicate the presence, correct?
Yeah, sure.
It's just the odor.
That is correct.
And Jeremy Hazelwood was right there, correct?
Yes.
The window was down, and it was the only one.
Yes.
You had also been there, hadn't you, on that
I had.
driver's side?
I had.
And you had your hands all over their driver's side window area as depicted on that video, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that you saw Kimberly Hazelwood reach down and put that Excedrin bottle in that trash bag. Is that right?
A white and color pill bottle, yes.
Where's that on the video?
So I have actually reviewed that part of the video that you're speaking of.
Yes, sir.
I believe that it was probably 2 or 3 times from me going to Mr. Hazelwood's side, back to my patrol car, and back up to Mr. Hazelwood's side. During the course of that, the body camera doesn't pick it up, okay? But whenever you look through the back window, you will be surprised at how a body camera, how it darkens things. And you have to remember, a body camera sees a narrow field of view. It sees what it wants to see. So I was able to see that with my eyes through that back glass.
Why did you give her commands to stop for officer safety?
It
Stop
didn't,
moving around.
because it was not a firearm. It wasn't.
How would you know?
Mr. Williams, in all due respect, I have never seen a firearm that resembled a pill bottle.
What was in the trash bag? Had you gone through that yet to see what was in that?
No.
What about under the seat? Had you gone through that to see what was in that?
No, sir, I had not.
What about, horrible as it is to think about, what about in the diaper bag?
Correct, yeah.
Officer safety is always a concern, as it should be.
Yes.
For any
officer.
deputy roadside. Correct?
Yes, correct.
That's addressed in the manual as well, isn't it?
That is correct.
You say that you saw her making those kind of movements down around the floor. Now, why didn't you give her commands to stop or get out of the car if that's what you saw?
She didn't appear to be a threat to my safety or anyone else's safety at the time.
What about her husband?
I did not observe Mr. Hazelwood make any furtive movements.
What if she had had a weapon, like a firearm or a knife?
Are you asking what?
Would that have, was that something that would be on your mind for officer safety? You're obviously a
Sure.
large physical person,
Yes, sir.
6'5", large framed. She's not.
Right.
We all saw that. But if someone smaller than you potentially had a weapon, whatever it may be, that would still be a concern to you, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Particularly
yes.
roadside,
Yeah,
correct?
anyone with a weapon for that matter would be a concern.
So if you saw her make those movements and you were trained on that concern and you knew about that concern, why didn't you give her directions to either get out of the car right away or put her hands up where you could see them?
Sure. Well, Mr. Williams, whenever she placed that white and color bottle in the bag and whenever she retracted her hand and nothing was in her hand, I still, at that point, did not perceive her as a threat.
Okay. And why didn't you immediately say, stop moving your hands, what did you put in that bag, take that pill bottle out? Why didn't you do that then?
There wasn't necessarily a reason to.
You did for Mrs. Odom when you thought you saw a straw. You asked her quickly, twice in a row, what's that? What's that straw?
Correct.
Okay. So you clearly have the capability
Sure.
to, and it was on your mind in another stop, not all that different.
Sure. But
Close in time.
every traffic stop is different and unique in its own way.
Yeah. This one had more people in the car too, didn't it?
It did, and had 2 small children in the back.
When you started your search, you didn't start it right at that trash bag and that Excedrin bottle, did you?
I did not.
If that's what you saw her moving towards, and that's what you saw her handling in that way, why didn't you start your search immediately in that area?
Well, I had to search everything in the vehicle, especially in the front area.
Yes, sir.
There would have not necessarily been a reason for me to go directly to that pill bottle. All occupant.
Last thing you saw her handle, Mr. Wester.
Your Honor, I wasn't finished answering my
Let him
question.
finish.
Yes, sir.
No one was going to come up and just grab that yellow bag and take the pill bottle. All right. All occupants of the vehicle, they were safe, they were secured. So I was not necessarily in a rush to search that pill bottle. It was there in front of me. It's not like it was across the vehicle in the back hatch. It was still in my general vicinity.
It was the last thing you saw her handle, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had already made the observation on the video that she looks like she's tripping out or in a total change and those types of things, right?
That is correct.
Is there some reason you would have conducted that search in a less efficient way rather than go directly to this area that you allegedly saw her put that bottle?
Okay. Well, you have to understand, just because I make a notation that I saw her put the bottle there, I'm not implying that there, at the time, whenever I observed it, I'm not implying that there was any criminal activity taking place. All right, so let's say, Mr. Williams, for example, if I would have went directly to the bottle and saw the suspected methamphetamine, I would have still had to finish searching everything in that vehicle.
I agree with that.
Right?
But wouldn't you conduct your search in the most efficient, in the best way, Mr. Wester? I mean, that was the last place that you had seen her move, and it clearly was important enough for you to notice it if it happened, but you didn't start your search there.
But that is why I started my search on the front passenger side of the vehicle.
When you did look in that Excedrin bottle in the video, you didn't look very long, did you?
Right. As I testified earlier, you can look at something, it probably doesn't take a second for you to visualize what is in a bottle or what something looks like.
And you didn't say anything about what you had seen in the bottle during the video, did you?
I did, actually, whenever I make the comment of, let me put this here, and I put the bottle in the front seat. At that point, I was retaining that for evidentiary purpose.
Yes, sir, but that was after you had already put the top back on the bottle and put it back in the bag, wasn't it?
Correct. So at first, I was contemplating on admitting the entire yellow plastic bag into evidence per policy. Actually, let me back up. It may not be per policy, but with the way I was trained, if you found something in one bag, technically you could take the bag, put that into evidence as well as what you found in the bag. But I thought about it for a few seconds, and I was not going to bother Miss Watson with putting in a whole trash bag full of trash into evidence. So that's why I retrieved the bottle from that bag.
You put it back in a trash bag, closed the lid, and then in that amount of time, you changed your mind about entering an entire trash bag into evidence?
Yes, sir. And if I would not have closed the lid, the suspected methamphetamine would have fallen out of the bottle.
Of course, we agree with that, but there was also a lid on the bottle, wasn't there?
Sure.
Okay. And you closed the lid. You could have set it at that point right on the dashboard, right?
But instead I set it on the seat right in front of me.
Okay. I'm asking about when you put it back in the trash bag. At
Sure.
that point, the only thing you had opened up and looked in there and say that you saw something was one Excedrin bottle. There was no other suspected paraphernalia or narcotics that you had seen in that trash bag at that point, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
All right, but you chose to put the bottle, after the lid was on it, back in that trash bag for however long the video depicts
Sure.
until you pulled it back out.
Correct.
Did you open every bottle in that car?
I can't say that I opened every single pill bottle, but I do remember opening a few bottles. I don't know if I opened every single one, though.
Now, let's jump ahead and then we'll go back.
Yes, sir.
But we're going to stay on Hazelwood. I'll say that.
Oh, okay.
I want to move ahead to when you found it and told Mr. and Mrs. Hazelwood that you found it.
Okay.
And then what they told you. They said that they had been to some family.
Yeah, I believe they had been in Wausau.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Hazelwood's mom.
Yes, thank you.
And then you asked about, hey, is there anybody else? Is there any other person who's been in the car? That's something you asked nearly all of these people,
Sure.
correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you asked them that, they both told you the same thing, where they had come from, correct?
Correct.
All right. And they, after you're asking them that, could it have been anybody else? Those people used drugs. They told you, and they've told this jury, that Miss Hazelwood's sister used to have a drug problem.
Right.
And this guy she was with at the time, Daniel, and that they had used drugs in the past, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And you did make the statement to this jury that this particular stop, more than any other, I believe is how you said it, has had an impact on you because of the children and the emotion involved in that, correct?
Yeah, especially the emotion of Miss Hazelwood, yes.
Why didn't you just do an investigation or some follow-up on the sister and Daniel? If they were possibly the source, if you believed that were true in any way, why wouldn't you follow up on that?
It was out of my jurisdiction where, and forgive me, I forget the names you just mentioned off. I'll just refer to the relatives. They were out of my jurisdiction. And again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Very common for someone to deny narcotics and try to put the blame on someone else. And that is why you hear me and see me. As soon as someone denies narcotics, most of the time I will be like, wait, is anybody else in the vehicle with you? Was anybody else in the vehicle with you? That's not necessarily an investigative technique, trying to build rapport with that person. But to answer your question, again, it was out of my jurisdiction. I had probable cause to make the arrest, and I made the arrest on Miss Hazelwood.
Could it also be that when you're asking these people that you're trying to dispel their suspicion of the last person who was in their car, which would be you?
I would not agree with that at all, no.
You told this jury that you're asking them about other people who could have been in the car, even though that's not really a concern of yours. You don't really care about that answer because it's just about building rapport, correct?
I would disagree with that as well, because there have been times where confidential informants have been made out of conversations like that. But to answer your question directly, yes, I do care about who else has been in the vehicle.
Why didn't you follow up on it in any of these? Ms. Hazelwood, you say these people are in a different jurisdiction, but in any of these people that you asked who have testified that, you know, on the video you see it, you see them offer up somebody.
Sure.
Why didn't you follow up on any of that?
In the Stephen Van video, that was followed up on regarding Crystal.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Nobody?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
You just arrested these people, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't notate in any one of their reports the people who asked that it be DNA tested, fingerprinted, or that they had even offered to provide a drug side urine test. And we all know that you can't. That's unreasonable.
Yeah,
Respect to patrol deputy,
sure.
you do that roadside. We all get that. But you did not document those requests of those people in your reports, did you?
I did not. I was told at the time, again, this is the year 2016 to 2018, that the FDLE crime laboratory was limited on what they would accept. As a matter of fact, when we had a couple of homicides, they even limited the items that they would receive for a homicide investigation.
You told some of these people in the report that I can notate it, FDLE may or may not do it. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
But you didn't notate it in the reports, did you?
Not in the complaint or the investigative report. That is correct.
Okay. besides it, being done, because in fairness, you don't know if FDLE is going to do it or not. I agree with you.
Sure,
I'll agree
yes,
with
sir.
that. But besides whether or not it was done, it would also have another purpose, don't you think, of documenting it in the report? It is a statement of probable cause, correct?
It is, yes.
And it's relied on by people here in the court system for whatever's going to happen with that criminal case, correct?
That is correct.
Don't you think it would be relevant for those people to be able to read in that report that the people who are arrested immediately at the time of the search requested that it be printed, or that there be DNA testing, or that they had even offered, whether it was feasible or not, to do a drug test at that moment?
I would agree with that, yes.
But you chose not to include that in your reports, isn't that right?
Right, and that's why a copy of body camera footage is included with each report that's sent to the state attorney's office for their review.
Not all of them, correct? There's several people in this.
Sure.
Okay.
I would agree.
All right. Mrs. Penn and Mr. Shaw.
All right. Let me get there. Okay.
All right, you said that the reason for the missing syringe, and then just for record purposes, we have, we'll say again that Mr. Shaw and Mrs. Penn only related to opportunity. They were not charged victims and are not to be considered as such.
Yes, sir.
So, regarding the missing syringe that did not make it into evidence, you say that was because Mr. Shaw said he was insulin or diabetic?
That played a part into it, yes.
You included other unused syringes, though, didn't you, in evidence?
Yes, sir, because they were in close proximity to crystal methamphetamine.
Well, technically they all were, weren't they? I mean, no single syringe was isolated. They all were at least next to one that, according to you, would have even field tested positive for meth, right?
I would agree with that,
Okay.
yes.
So they all were in close proximity. They were all together.
Yes.
The two separate locations, but they were grouped in the
On
same
different
one.
sides of the vehicle, yes, sir.
All right. Going back to Miss Hazelwood for one moment, and then we'll switch to your patrol car.
Yes, sir.
I have some questions about the field test on Mrs. Hazelwood.
Okay.
I'll let you get settled there.
Yeah, go ahead.
We saw the field test on this video, correct?
Yes, we did.
You would agree that it was very quick, wouldn't you?
Almost instant, yes.
Right, and I think you even described it that way on direct.
Yes,
Almost
sir.
instant. Okay. It was a lot different than the one that was on the Fears video, wasn't it?
Correct. If I recall, the fears did not return an instant presumptive positive.
It did change color.
It did, yes.
But Hazelwood, almost instant. We don't actually see the color change on the video, do we?
From what I recall, I believe that the test kit was out of sight of my body camera angle or view.
And you didn't show it to Kimberly Hazelwood, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't show it to Jeremy Hazelwood, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't show them the meth that you say was in the Excedrin bottle, did you?
Right. I didn't want it to be a spectacle for the kids to have to observe their mom go to jail. So I was trying to keep things streamlined and efficient as possible.
Totally understand. But when she's in the back of your patrol car and you're opening the door and can speak to her, that wouldn't be a spectacle, would it? If you were to show her the field test kit at that point.
Possibly not.
And it wouldn't be a spectacle for you to just open that bottle lid and show her the inside of it.
Possibly not, but again, I'm unaware of any policy or state statute that would dictate that an officer do that.
I'm in no way suggesting that there's any,
Okay,
any
I just wanted to-
requirement. I'm merely asking you about that one in particular because there are other videos we see where you clearly show
Yes,
these
that is
people
correct.
the field test kit. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And where you show them the item.
That is correct.
Odom, Fears, Driggers, Van.
None of those involve small children, though, Mr. Williams.
Right, but the children aren't right there with you the whole time. In fact, they're separated from you most of the time, aren't they? And you speak with Mr. Hazelwood one-on-one, correct?
Yes.
And the children are not right there, correct?
I believe that we let the air conditioning continue running while I spoke with Mr. Hazelwood.
And that little boy wouldn't have been able to know what that little field test kit was if you were to just show it to his dad?
Right, and at the time, I wasn't thinking about that.
They were asking you, you know, that they were expressing that they didn't know of anything in there and that she's never touched meth in her life, and they're expressing disbelief about it to you, correct?
They were, yes.
But you chose not to show them what you say was in that Excedrin bottle or the field test kit from it, correct?
Correct. And once it was logged into evidence, it would have been made available to them in the discovery process.
Right. In order for it to get logged into evidence, though, the bottle would go from the back of your car to the evidence section at the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes.
Let's go now to the back of your car.
Okay.
Okay. We come to September of 2018 to search your patrol car.
Yes, sir.
Do you dispute what was found in the patrol car during the search that we saw in this case?
Did you ask if I dispute what was found?
Do you dispute that it was found in there in that location?
I don't dispute that at all, no. What I do dispute, though, Mr. Williams, is the placement of the items recovered in the front passenger seat caddy.
Okay.
As I testified earlier, whenever I left the vehicle, it was in a different location.
Where was it? Let's pick up there then.
Okay. So the test kit, I believe there were 2 evidence vials, and there were 1 or 2 baggies. The 2 baggies were inside of an evidence vial. The test kit, the canister, and a black evidence glove. I believe there were a pair of black evidence gloves were left on the center printer console, and I believe you may have been able to see it in the video.
Okay. I think I've got that then. You don't dispute that the field test kit was in that area, in the front seat?
I don't dispute that.
Do you dispute that it already had methamphetamine in it?
I was in the process of testing the item, so I wouldn't, I believe, have a good basis to dispute that. No, sir.
But there was no Q-tip swab in there, correct?
Correct. There should have been actual product, not a Q-tip swab.
Okay, and there were no broken up, I call them ampules, I don't know if that's right, but
That's what I call them as well, ampules.
Okay, there were none of those in there, broken or unbroken, correct?
From what I've seen on the video, that is correct.
Do you dispute that that could be characterized as preloaded? In other words, there's some item in there before it's ever actually activated and is being used?
I do dispute that 100%. As we saw in the video, we saw that the test kit didn't have forgive me, it may be 2, it may be 3 ampules. I don't remember how many those test kits had. Wouldn't have been the first time that happened. There have been times on a traffic stop where I have either put a sterile swab, where I've put content into the test kit and went to break it and there were no ampules in there. But to get back to your actual question about preloaded, and I don't want to, are you suggesting that it was preloaded for that test kit to be used at a later date without any ampules?
Well, I'm asking, let me ask it this way.
Yeah.
I mean, you would agree that there's what we now know is methamphetamine in that little plastic sleeve, correct?
Yes.
Before any field test kit has actually been done, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. Right there with your gloves in the front of your patrol car.
Correct.
And there was also a canister, a clear canister with what we now know is methamphetamine there as well, correct?
Correct.
Unlabeled.
Correct.
No case number or any type of identifier on them, correct?
As I testified earlier, I was in the process of separating the narcotics from the paraphernalia.
Were these the same narcotics that you said you found at some park in Alford?
The Alford Recreational Park?
Okay. And and it was in a men's room, correct?
Men's restroom.
Why didn't you just process those items there?
Well, Mr. Williams, as I testified earlier, a call came in for a serious traffic crash on I-10. And then whenever I concluded that traffic crash, I was dispatched to another traffic crash. From the best of my memory, it seems like bad thunderstorms were coming through that day. And I think that was the result of I think that's what caused the traffic crashes.
Okay, well, once you get back to the sheriff's office, why'd you, it was a lot of material.
Multiple
a lot of bags,
items.
Canisters, pipes, knives. That's a lot of evidence to go through, isn't it?
It is quite a bit, yes.
Why would you choose to do that in the front seat of your patrol car?
Because my thermal printer and my computer were right there. My patrol car served as my office space. It was very seldom that I would go to what you're referring to as the squad room, that I would go to the squad room to process evidence. Whenever I would finish processing the evidence in my patrol car, printing everything off from my thermal printer, then I would go to the squad room, make sure the bags were filled out properly, make sure everything was taped with evidence tape, and then place it into an evidence locker.
But this wasn't if it indeed was a seizure, this was not an ordinary seizure. This would have been one of the largest drug seizures of your career at Jackson County, correct? I'm not saying it's the largest, but it would have been one of the largest ones.
Yes.
It would not have been an ordinary seizure, correct?
But it was abandoned property, abandoned narcotics.
It was. Okay. What reports are there that demonstrate you being called to that location, or you reporting that you found something at that location?
Yep. So whenever I was placed on suspension, I did submit a FOIA request, which is a public records request to the sheriff's office, requesting a mirror image of my computer from that day.
Mr. Wester, let me start with it. The CAD reports,
Yeah.
You're aware of how he testified, Mr. Captain Arnold, about CAD reports and what purpose they serve, correct?
Correct, but he also failed to mention the numerous issues we have had with CAD reports whenever a deputy would go in to process their reports and the case number would completely be missing.
Okay. Well, there's no CAD report at all for you on that date that documents any recovered property or a seizure, is there? You have CAD reports from that day, so clearly they were working, but there's none for what you're saying occurred, is there?
Right, and
there's no dispatch record, is there?
Okay.
For you on that day, documenting any kind of a seizure, any kind of a recovery like you say happened, is there? Yes or no?
Correct.
All right. And we don't have a body camera video of you finding that either, do we?
My body camera, when I was placed on suspension, was handed over to Lieutenant Hodges.
Okay. Mr. Hodges again. Mr. Hodges recommended you for this job, didn't he?
Correct,
He
but
recommended you for the job.
right, but
Yes
after
or no? He
I
recommend-
arrested Mr.
Sir,
Emanuel, that's when things went south.
What's the question? Ask him the question, listen to the question, answer the question. Your attorney's gonna have the ability to ask you any questions after this.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Hodges recommend you for that job at Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
I believe so.
And you're aware that Mr. Hodges made a career out of working at Jackson County Sheriff's Office, correct?
I believe he retired, yes, a career.
Okay. Mr. Hodges is still, he's now civilian, but he's still a member of this community, isn't that right?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right. Mr. Davis, you want to break before any redirect, or you want to go ahead with your redirect at this time? If it's going to be less than 10 minutes, we'll go ahead. If you think it's going to be more than 10, we're going to take a recess.
I think it's going to be short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's get it done.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mr. Wester.
Good afternoon.
Just want to hit a couple of points with you. Mr. Williams was asking about the stop of Reginald Williams, and he referred to this hidden compartment, and he used your words from earlier.
Yes, sir.
Now, is this something that was kind of an after-factory little thing, or was it more what we were talking about earlier, like a zippered area where like maybe a cold pack would go?
Yeah, it was a zippered area underneath the lunchbox where one of the square, slender cold packs could slide into, and that's what I was referring to as a hidden compartment.
And just like when we saw when you were searching the truck in the Penn and Shaw video, there was at some point a lunchbox, and you kind of pull open the little side things, and so that's what you would do with a container like that, correct?
That is correct.
On Stephen Van, Mr. Williams was making a point about you being on the passenger side and looking into that console with it up and kind of facing you. But again, the car was parked on an angle, correct?
Correct.
You're 6'5".
Correct.
You're leaning in. You can see into that, correct?
Yes.
I probably would have been able to.
You probably wouldn't have.
And the driver's side is on the road side as well, correct?
Yes.
So there's traffic coming by.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So it might be a little safer for you to be on the passenger side, correct?
Correct.
Joshua Clenny. Mr. Williams was saying that Mr. Clenny was being very honest with you.
Sure.
He was telling you about what was going on with his girlfriend.
Sure.
And in fact, we even saw him on the video. He claims to be the most honest person in the world. But it was also shown he has been convicted of crimes of dishonesty, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
With Teresa Odom, that first bag that you find that we see in your hand, did it feel like there was anything in it?
No, it didn't feel like anything was in it at all.
So did that help you start to maybe think that there was no evidentiary value to it?
That is correct.
And Mrs. Hazelwood, when you were describing her moving around that bag, and Mr. Williams was asking, well, why didn't you tell her to stop, yell at her? Did you think she was going to get in a shootout?
I didn't think that, not for 1 second.
Have you, in your job as a deputy, have you encountered violent people?
Yes, most definitely.
Did you think Miss Hazelwood was a violent person?
Not at all.
In fact, your observations that you were making, and what you talk about on the video, is you thought she appeared to maybe have had used methamphetamine before, based on her features, correct?
That is correct.
And was that also based on your training and experience?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams also asked you about, people asking about DNA testing and fingerprinting and things like that. Is that your responsibility to send things to FDLE for DNA testing or fingerprinting?
No, not at all.
Isn't that usually the prosecutor that does that?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then the syringe with Penn and Shaw. And the point that the state is trying to make with that is that it was an opportunity for you to source a syringe. Couldn't you have just as easily gone to a drugstore and bought a box of syringes?
Or a bag of them, yeah.
I mean, if we really want to think about it, what the state's trying to allege.
Sustained.
And in getting back to the search of the car.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams asked you some questions about that. And you testified and you answered his questions. You do not dispute any of those items were found in your patrol car, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that they were all placed there legitimately during the course of your duties?
Yes.
And in fact, we even missed a couple of items to talk about, didn't we?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, there was also in the video, and in evidence, we saw there was a couple of beer cans.
Yes.
Tell us about the beer cans.
The beer cans that were in the plastic evidence bag, they were recovered from a burglary call on the morning of August 1st, which would have been my last day technically at the sheriff's office. Both that call and the call from Alford Park were placed in a suspend status the day that I was placed on suspension. I never had a chance to process the beer cans either.
And then there was also testimony about some marijuana that was found in your first aid bag.
Yes, sir.
How did that get there?
I have no idea. I don't recall ever placing a prescription bottle with the contents inside of that red first aid bag. By no means am I alleging that someone placed them there. That's not what I'm alleging. I'm just saying I don't ever remember that.
So you have no recollection as to how that may have gotten in there?
No, sir.
But if you would have placed it in your car at some point, would it have been during the course of your duties?
Well, yeah, it would have been from a lawful encounter.
Okay, so that wasn't your personal marijuana, was it?
No, sir.
Okay. And that wasn't something that you were planning on somebody later, was it?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wester, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, jurors, it is Mr. Wester steps. Mr. Arnold, if you'll raise your right hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence
You can be seated. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Mr. Williams, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the record?
Kevin Arnold.
Captain Arnold, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question. On August 1st, 2018, did the defendant tell you that he was in the middle of processing items recovered from a seizure or recovery that day?
No.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And I also have a yes or no question for you. On that day, did you make any note or report about the conversation you had with Mr. Wester?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, sir.
State, would you like to call any additional witnesses?
No, Judge.
All right. Is there any other testimony or evidence that needs to be presented from the state?
No, Judge.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, jury, well, let me talk to you. Here is where we're going as we wrap up for today. It is about 3:45 on Friday, May the 14th. I'm not going to see you again until Monday morning. Counsel has indicated that you have heard all of the evidence and testimony that we expect that you are going to receive in this case. Thus, the next things that are going to happen are as follows. On Monday morning, I anticipate that I will be reading you what we call our final instructions. That's where I will go over the law. In this case, I promised you earlier that I would be the person that would give you the law that applies in this case, and I will go over those instructions with you on Monday morning. Part of that process is the defendant and the state will have the opportunity to give you what we call closing arguments, so that will occur Monday morning as well. I expect at some point midday, maybe before lunch, maybe after lunch, on Monday, that you will begin your deliberations in this case. So we are looking at starting deliberations on Monday, more than likely sometime midday. There's some important things that we've already talked about that I really want to stress to you at this juncture. You've got Saturday and Sunday and tonight where you are instructed not to do anything with this case. We have gone over at least a dozen, if not 24 times, the reason for that. All of the evidence and all the testimony that you are to consider and the law that I will instruct you on, you will be given, see, and hear in this courtroom. More than likely, there's at least one of you right now that is thinking, I wish I had a little more information on fill in the blank, whatever it is. Something that struck you in this case, man, I wish I would have had a little bit more on that issue, whatever that is. You are not allowed, under any circumstances, to do any research in this case. You're not to look up news articles. You're not to look up defendants. You're not to look up attorneys. You're not to look up anything having to do with this case. I will tell you that this case, like a lot of cases, has gotten media attention. There has been newspaper articles written about it this week. There's probably been television coverage about this case this week, and I would anticipate that there will be something mentioned about it, if not tonight, over the weekend at some point in a local newspaper. Please, for the integrity of what this is and what this represents, do not at any time during this weekend listen to anybody, talk with anybody, tweet, blog, text, research, nothing to do with this case, and you still cannot talk with each other about this case. That's going to happen on Monday. Midday, you will begin to be able to talk with each other, and I'll tell you the rules for that when we start. Another thing that I would tell you at this point in time is I think it's safe. I told you I would not need you the third week. You may not be needed, depending on how long you deliberate, late next week. So if you've got something that's iffy, a doctor's appointment maybe next Friday, potentially next Thursday, you may not. You may be done by then. So I want to be fair with you so you can anticipate your plans. I know you all got employers and families and end of the year ceremonies and awards days and baseball games and all. I understand. I think I'm confident enough to tell you right now, I think by next Thursday and Friday, if you've got plans on those days, you'll be able to fulfill those duties. I believe that right now. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I would keep restricted right now. Don't plan anything because we may need you. But that being said, the important thing is this weekend, please just don't do anything with this case. Don't do anything to jeopardize the fairness of this trial and the time and effort that these attorneys and the court personnel and staff have put in, and you've put into this case. Don't do anything to jeopardize that this weekend because you've done a great job for us this week. That being said, I want you here fresh. On Monday morning. I'm going to get you here a little bit later. There's probably going to be some housekeeping stuff I've got to get taken care of Monday morning. I'm going to ask that you be in the jury room by 8:45, so a little bit later, 8:45 on Monday. That way you're not in there for a long time while I'm taking care of housekeeping matters. 8:45 on Monday, fresh and ready to go. Anything else, Mr. Williams, before we let the jury go for the weekend? Mr. Davis, anything else from the court before we let the jury go for the weekend?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Leave your notebooks in your chairs. I will secure those over the weekend. Take your name badges with you and wear them on Monday. Same parking situation Monday. We'll greet you here, make sure you're escorted up, and be fresh and ready to go.
All right.